Good evening. We'll start our 5:30 Board of Commissioners meeting for September 13th, 2021. We're going to talk about the Eastern Gateway project and possibly some affordable housing options and ARPA funding. Welcome, Commissioner Miller. And Hazen, do you want to say anything before we turn it over to Nadine?
No, I don't, Mayor. We're excited to hear this, though.
All right. Ms. Bennett, you're up.
Oh, I think Jay's up first.
Okay.
He's going to lead us in.
Well, I'll give a quick lead off, and first a thank you for your time this evening. I know 5:30 meetings are not always fun, so we hope to be efficient this evening at the 5:30 meeting as well at 7 o'clock. So we'll run through the planning items as quickly as possible. Just a little bit of background about the Eastern Gateway Plan, and Nadine's bringing some items up here. Of course, you see the boundaries of the district, and Nadine's going to really explain to you the process and what we've done so far, some of the things we've heard. I wanted to give you a very, very brief background on why we're doing this. Just a couple facts to remember as you look throughout the town. This really is one of the last large undeveloped areas of the town. You know, we're 17 square miles. You all have heard this many times. There's just not a lot of large tracts, and particularly at interchanges, there's not a lot of areas. We have a lot of contiguous space that's undeveloped. At the planning conference, which seems forever ago in 2020, I think that was February of 2020, I did provide this as an area that we would like to focus and do an area plan in. When COVID-19 hit, you know, a lot of things went sideways and this kind of fell by the wayside, but earlier this year, we really felt like this was a good time to get this process started. I've been seeing development interest for years now, and there are properties that are, as we understand it, under contract. So I think the timing is really good that we're able to get out ahead and sort of set a vision for the community. And then one last why, you know, our current land use plan is a little dated. It's about a decade old. And from my perspective, just trying to keep current development trends and the development we're seeing up to date with how we as planners feel like the community should build out. And some direction we're taking, honestly, is if you look at the town's vision statements, those were just adopted. They're much more recent. They're a land use plan. That was January of 19. But a couple of those I could tick off here are well-planned transportation system, walkable, bikeable community, small town feel, parks, recreation, open space, trails, and properly managed growth and development. So there's just a few of the vision statement items that sort of touch on what is going on out here. I will tell you currently in the land use plan, this area would be all residential. And what Nadine's about to discuss here in just a few moments is some of the feedback we've heard thus far and where what people are most interested in seeing from a development perspective. So having said that, I'm going to go on mute and turn it over to Nadine to kind of tell you a little bit more about the plan that you've now seen a glimpse of.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you for the introduction. And also you said all residential, but it was looking at multifamily residential in the current land use plan, which I think is kind of important to note. And I swear to you, on my very first day in Matthews this time around, I started hearing about this piece of property because developers were calling. I swear to you, they call once a week, like every day of the week sometimes. And that's why we're looking at this area right now. Is it because there are some properties for sale? There are some under contract. It's just a really hot property. And we thought, let's take a look at it and let's see what makes the most sense. If you can see where I drew got the pink line there, the reason that's on there is that this is the entire study area, but we really focused up here because this is under the most pressure right now. Down here, we have the Duke substation. We've got some property owners who are staying put, as far as I understand. So we just kind of focused up there. So for our timeline, some of you hopefully remember that we talked in May just to get kind of a feel for what you were thinking about the area. We also interviewed a couple of different other stakeholders. We had a steering committee kickoff meeting. I believe that was in May. Come June, we were looking to do some community outreach. We did a visual preference survey, and I'll get into more of that in a little while. We did the open house in July. In August, I've been working on the plan. And right now we're at the end of this month, hopefully, the public hearing and planning board review. And if that goes well, it will be before you in October for adoption. Obviously, you don't have to adopt it in October. So for the visual preference survey, we sent out notification on social media, as well as the next door for the Windrow neighborhood, because obviously they're right next door and they're very concerned. And they're a very active neighborhood association. I know that they've been active in past rezonings. So we wanted to let them know right up front, wanted to get their input right up front, see what they were thinking as well. And from hearing about the Windrow neighborhood, I have to admit that I thought everybody in the neighborhood was going to say, don't do anything there. So I was kind of surprised when we had about a 3-to-1 support for some kind of mixed use. Obviously, we also had people who said, just leave it the way it is. We don't need any more development. But we had a lot more people saying, I'd love to have a place to walk to. I don't want to have to get into my car. I don't want to go to Independence Boulevard or downtown to do everything that I want to do. So there was a lot of support for some type of mixed use. The bottom of the page there is what the visual preference survey looked like. And you can go to the planning website, the planning page on the website, and see the full results. But the next page is what the top preferred images were in each of the categories. One thing I learned is that Matthews really likes brick. We had people writing comments as well. So you decided, you ranked your order of preference and then made comments. And we had a lot of really thoughtful comments about architecture, about what they wanted the place to feel like. So that's apartments, single family attached and detached. And then we had non-residential, mixed use, and open space. And the last of the questions was just to let us know what your vision is. And out of the 127 responses, 90 people offered a vision for the study area. And again, that's where it came in that a lot of people supported mixed use. And I won't read you every quote. In July, we followed it with a community meeting at the Windrow Clubhouse. Again, we wanted to get out there and hear what they had to say. And we definitely heard what they had to say. So this one, we also advertised over the Windrow next door and on social media, but we also sent out a postcard to everyone within 1/3 of a mile of the study area. And we put up signs in the neighborhood, and the neighborhood put up signs as well. So it was out there to be seen. We wanted to accommodate a lot of different people. So we had a morning session and then an evening session, and it was pretty well equally well attended, and about 50 people overall came. Once again, we had a fair amount of don't do anything there. Actually, my favorite comment on here is we moved 485, don't mess with Windrow. So we had some opposition to doing anything, but again, we had a lot of, I'd love to have some place to go. The coffee, non-chain restaurants, some kind of neighborhood center, we need a place to walk to. But what we heard really, really loud and clear was do not put a connecting road through Creekside into the existing neighborhood. That was said over and over again to everyone who was there. So this is another part of the open house. We had comments from the visual preference survey, and they were supposed to put a green dot on, given 3 green dots, and you put them on the ones that you agreed with. And I have it from somebody in the know that there were people using all 3 of their dots for leave the land as it is, I guess because they felt really strongly about it. So that might have influenced that a little bit. But there were people who really don't want anything to happen there. These are the layouts that we used at the open house. You can see the picture of Jay talking to some people there. They were big people. They went through the whole meeting first, got a little bit of background, got to talk about parks and recreation and transportation. And then at the end, you saw what the layout was, and I can let Jay talk more about what he heard there. Some of the things to note on the layouts, you probably remember that there was supposed to be a roundabout here. There was going to be a relocation of Stallings Road up to Hooks, and then a roundabout there. We found out, and I think it was April, that's not going to happen anymore. So we had to kind of come up with a different way of moving people around this neighborhood. We talked to NCDOT, and they said that the closest they would allow a traffic light or traffic signal to 485, the existing one there, would be here at Davis Trace. So we put that one in there. We originally had this connection to Creekside, even though we know that there's been opposition to it in the past. we thought, well, it's been about, what, 14 years since that rezoning happened, the Silver Oaks rezoning, when they were opposed to it, then, maybe different people, maybe attitudes have changed. And what we found out was that attitudes had not changed about that. We also thought, you've got a traffic light there. They just complained about the traffic on Idlewild. Maybe they'd love to get through there to the traffic light, but they really don't want people cutting through their neighborhood. So the first thing we did when we went back to the drawing board was we got rid of that connection. We wanted to listen to the neighbors, and they felt strongly about it. We want to keep out the connection. One thing we did want to do, though, is keep the possibility open for the future. And we're talking possibly a decade, 2 decades into the future. We're not saying like in 2 years from now, we're just going to cut right through. We don't want it to be a cul-de-sac there and having to go through a house to get a connection. But at some point, if there is a light at Davis Trace, they might be thinking, actually really would be good to get there. In that case, we could do something about it. So this is the layout we landed on after discussion at the community open house. And it says here, it's the final layout, but waiting for the finalized version of it. What we've got here is a single family detached residential up against the neighborhood, so it buffers somewhat. We've also got swim buffers there that are a natural buffer for the existing neighborhood. We left off the property lines here because people became very focused on what the density would be. And they would look at the lot sizes and think, oh, that's too much, or, that's too much density. So we're just going to kind of leave that kind of to be decided in the future. From there, it moves to townhomes or duplexes or the kind of missing middle housing that you've heard about, that kind of transitions farther over to the apartments that are right on 485. And as at least one person pointed out in their comments, 485, if you're at an intersection with a 485 or you got an on-ramp there, it's not really considered rural anymore. And that would be the most appropriate place for apartments. And then in the heart of it all is a mixed use area. And we're envisioning mixed use with some residential over retail, but the kind of things that people talked about, like a coffee shop, I'd like to have some place where I could go and eat outside. We also feel really strongly about this park here. It would be open space surrounded by businesses. And we want it to be a place where people can gather and people can, a place where they feel like they can go, maybe not in the middle of a residential area, but really in the middle of the place where they're going to shop or they're going to eat, that they could just hang out on the square there. And then this next one, Jay hasn't actually seen yet. Look at the surprise on his face. I just got this from Meg this afternoon, and it's not the final version right now. She still wants to touch some things up, but it'll look more like this when it's done. And it's got the legend on there as well. The nice thing about the legend, which I notice now says retail, not retail, but the nice thing about the legend is we've got mixed use and we've got mixed use type 2. We can define what those things mean. So we can describe as we want to what those things are. Just because it's purple here doesn't mean it's got to be exactly one thing. We can talk about what we want it to be. The other thing that we have coming is we have an artist who is doing renderings of what we think are some of the more important areas. And one of those areas is where there's going to be residential, and that's single family, attached and detached, up against an open area, natural area. And what we did was we sent some precedent imagery to him. So this is an area that does, it's kind of exactly what we're talking about. It's got residential up against a natural area that runs through the entire development here. And this is the attached residential, which in the visual preference survey they liked. And that's also up against open space there. So this is the kind of rendering it will be. And the other focus area we had was the park area. And this is just one that he'd done in another community. And it seemed to be like the kind of buildings that might be appropriate. This is in Davidson, and it had some of the elements that would be appropriate, like wide sidewalks where you could put seating. That's a little bit of public art there. That's also a seating area. So we've given him, these aren't the only pictures, but we've given him ideas about how it should look. So for the next one, we're also going to have a bird's eye view of the neighborhood. Again, this is a different development that he did for a prior plan. And this is obviously the area right there. So we'll have something that looks like that too, that kind of gives you a feel for what the neighborhood overall will look like. And then this is just kind of a preview of what the plan itself will look like. There'll be introductory materials talking about the transportation, talking about environmental concerns, talking about what's happened there in the past. Follow that with an overview of the planning process, what I just explained to you. Then we're going to go into, as Jay said earlier, the kind of best practices and trends, what's going on now, what's the best in planning, how that fits in with people, what people have said they wanted. And you're going to hear a lot of the same things that I presented to you in the housing study, because I plagiarized for myself for some of this. And then it's my last slide, but the last of it is going to be the proposed site plan and then recommendations for how we get to the feel that we want for that area. And that's it. And obviously, any questions, discussion, hopefully.
Nadine, if you could roll back to the hot off the presses plan for a moment.
Again, yes. There you go.
So one thing I wanted to point out that was sort of a strategic decision that we made with Meg Nealon as the land planner we're working with. If you look along Idlewild Road, you can see and I can't point on the screen, but you can see where the on-ramp is to 485, is that if you think about the character of areas like that, where cars are sort of accelerating, they've got their blinker on, they're about to merge onto the ramp, it's a very difficult place to make pedestrian friendly. You know, having the idea of like sidewalk shopping and cafes up against Idlewild Road, right at the on-ramp to 45, just felt like a push to us. So what you're seeing there actually are parking fields up close to Idlewild Road in that segment. Sort of, you've got some buildings at the intersection there at Stallings Road that would still anchor this district, but there are areas that I think we could still have parking, but mitigate it with landscaping. But those are areas that we did not front Idlewild Road with buildings like we typically would. So we sort of pulled the main axis of the development back down towards the park. So the place that people would actually want to be, where there's less traffic noise, less traffic in general, is sort of removed a block or so off of Idlewild Road. Now, when you come further from the interstate, you can see that there are buildings proposed that would line up towards Idlewild, whether that's some townhomes or the back of some townhomes with the berm. We haven't gotten into that kind of detail, but just wanted to sort of point out some of the major decisions we've made from that perspective.
And I'll add to that this is a general plan. We understand that this is not going to play out exactly like this. This is kind of our little best case scenario. And so we didn't get quite as detailed maybe as we could have either, because we want it to be general and we want it to have a certain feel at the end. So we can talk about things like, will they be townhomes or, something else.
Mr. Miller?
Thank you. Nadine, the townhomes in gold that are up along 485, yes. Is that where we plan to do perhaps affordable housing?
Well, these are apartments. These aren't townhomes. We're going to mention something about and the need for affordable housing there. And I would imagine we would have discussions with developers about a certain amount of affordable housing, but I'm not sure that we're going to mandate. So I don't think we can actually mandate a certain amount. We can encourage it.
I thought that's what this meeting was about. We've dedicated $1 million towards it. And if I can ask a question, is the definition of a townhome a 2-story apartment?
No, because apartments, townhomes are generally privately owned, I would say. I mean, obviously they can be rented, but no.
So these townhomes are for sale, correct?
We assume that they will be for sale.
All right, but they're not necessarily affordable housing that we're talking about.
They are not. The focus of this plan was not on affordable housing. The focus of this plan is actually how to lay out this area.
All right, thank you.
Nadine, I have a question. Has there been any discussion, or Jay as well, with neighboring towns like Mint Hill and how this might complement or not complement what they have planned for the area?
We had Lynn Hare, who was the Stallings planning director, sitting in on the steering committee meeting, and she was in the loop. on discussions, and she'd let us know what was happening there. She's no longer there at this point. I did reach out to the planning director in Mint Hill a number of times, and I know because he responded to me just asking for links, I know that he got my emails, but he did not. And he was invited to be on the steering committee too, or to send somebody, and they didn't really respond beyond thanks.
Wow, that's surprising because I hear complaints from those folks that we don't involve them. So it sounds like you've made pretty substantial effort and they're just not reciprocating.
And from a use perspective, going back to the question about townhomes, I mean, townhomes can be for sale or for rent. So this plan doesn't contemplate ownership necessarily. We're sort of establishing baseline, what some of the building forms could be, what some of the different building types. From Stallings Road back to 45, a lot of that brown does show up as multifamily. Could there be more office? Potentially, the plan is not that set in stone on some of these aspects, but traditionally Matthews has not been a strong office market. We would love to see more employment here. But again, with COVID, the office markets are kind of depressed right now. So this is sort of a reflection that we think is realistic, that offices, there's probably not going to be 8 or 10, 2 or 3 story office buildings out here. There just doesn't seem to be a market for it. But I think it could certainly flip and have more if the markets demanded that.
We also cut back a little bit on the amount of non-residential in here, just in general. And I did make a presentation to EDAC as well. And we'd already been thinking about doing that, but that was one of the comments that came out of there was that, maybe you could tighten up a little bit less non-residential.
And is there a plan, I'm sure there is, to share this with the various developers that have expressed an interest in this area?
Oh, I think they're all listening right now.
Okay, great.
So we're probably sharing it right now.
Okay, good.
Mayor, I'd like to make a couple quick comments. One, to respond to Commissioner Miller's question. So later on, we're going to talk about affordable housing a little bit with ARPA funds later in the 5:30 meeting. But as we watch with other developments that have come in, apartment complexes, right? That's all part of the conversation with the developers. So I think to have those with the apartments and with the townhomes is perfectly reasonable. I mean, through the conditional zoning process, it is voluntary, right? But we've seen some of that voluntary commitment or whatever compliance because they want to be here so bad. One of the reasons they want to be here so bad. But the second thing I'd say, I think we're starting to see a shift in thinking because when I first got here, it was all about like this corridor is going to be residential and it's going to be sacred and we're going to build a cul-de-sac. I was kind of tail into the cul-de-sac subdivisions, and certain things were just sacred and we weren't going to do anything. And I think we've watched a couple of things change. One, traffic's gotten worse, but the second thing is like, okay, families really do want to get out on their bicycles or walk. And then I think the town has made a bigger, and every board that I've dealt with, it's all very supportive of greenways. And I think this notion of, okay, how do you tie the neighborhood residential development to something that they would give them options so they don't have to get in their car, go to the Target or go to the Peter or the Publix, that they have options. And I think to have these small pods around town, strategically located, that people can they don't have to get in their car to get anywhere, I think is creative. I think this has got to be part of a greenway plan. We have the nature preserve over there, really not far in Mint Hill, that I see over time people are going to want to get to because it's all part of the quality of life.
And we did get a lot of those comments. I would love to be able to walk somewhere. Like I said, I'm tired of having to get in my car. And when you talk about a walkable neighborhood, you're not banning cars. You're just making it so that there is an option to not get in your car.
Yeah, I would point to our village green in front of town hall as sort of an example of how the destination in this plan is the park. If you think of places you visited on vacation, historic town squares and historic communities, maybe a waterfront in a community that's got a river or something, that will be what we call the 100% corner of this neighborhood. That's where all of the activity occurs. So that area that's rung by the buildings in red really is the most critical part of this plan. The rest of it, the single family, the townhomes, the missing middle housing, the apartments, I mean, those are more architecture and density debates that we have on a regular basis, but trying to really create a new town center in this corridor is really critical to this overall plan succeeding.
I know many of you have been down to Fort Mill and seen Baxter Village, and the people that live there love it because they can walk to the grocery store, they can walk to the coffee shop. In many cases, they can walk to their church, they can walk to, a lot of people that live there, as well as South End in Charlotte, tell me that they park their cars on Friday evening and they don't get in them again until Monday. They walk everywhere, restaurants, socializing. So I think that they did a great job with Baxter Village doing that.
There's
Is there
also,
other comments or questions for Nadine or Jay?
I was gonna say, there's also places like Brookdale, which a lot of people referenced, which is bigger, obviously. I mean, a lot of those places are bigger than this would be, but we want that same kind of feel.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. Great presentation, Nadine. We appreciate it.
So Mayor, can I ask a question to the group? What does silence mean? Does silence mean this is the greatest thing in the world? Does silence mean, yeah? Does silence mean I don't like it? What would you interpret silence to be as the mayor?
Usually consent, but I'll let those that are raising their hands speak. Start with Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Minimize the screen, Nadine, so we can see everyone again.
We'll stop sharing for now.
Thank you.
For me, silence means that I'm taking it in and there's a lot of information to understand. And it's just the beginning of processing what is where. And I mean, generally speaking, I feel like this is a great use for that corridor and that area. But, there's a lot there to think about.
Commissioner Miller.
I'm confused about the multi-use of the term townhome. Townhome to me is a purchase product, multi-story. Condo is a purchase product. Could be multi, but it's often a ranch. And if we're going to be up along 485, I would think that that's where the affordable housing component would be. And it's what I suggested in the early days when Nadine was still new.
Commissioners Bland, Whitley, or McCool, you have any comments? Ken?
I think along with Renee, I'm just taking it in. I concur with Jeff that this could be a very interesting place to put some affordable or attainable homes. But I think we're just digesting it. That's what my silence is. I got to digest it and get a little more thought into it before I can say something, rather not pull something out of the hat and give you something thoughtful.
Mr. Whitley.
Yeah, well, I'm very familiar with this property because I don't live about a mile and a half from there, but pretty much was just watching to see what developer wanted to do. I know that there's a great deal of developing in the area. Right across from there, they're starting to build some single home, story home. But to Jeff's point about townhouses, I was thinking that same thing, Jeff, up to about a year ago, when I see the market has changed from townhome ownership to townhome rentals. And that sort of blew my mind, but that's what people are looking for, like Hazel was asking, people are wanting different stuff now. And I think they're wanting townhomes, maybe 2 stories with the kitchen, living room, dining room downstairs, and bath downstairs, and bedrooms upstairs. But I think these plans are good. Those one of the corners of Matthews that I think that in time they're going to be developed. All 4 of those, 1, 2, or 3 of those intersections that's adjacent to 485 is going to be a hot topic for developers, and I know the one down at John Street is now. I think we got some development plans right on those corners, on all the corners. So yeah, I'm good with it, Nadine. I think it's a good mixed use. I know it's an old community back in there. Chris Curry lived back over in there, and it's just, I think it's a good mix where they want it to be there, and I'm in favor of it. Now, my silence was because I'm gaining information, and I know it's not going to happen within the next year, but it's certainly good information that we can take in.
Mr. Bland, do you have a comment? No. Okay. One thing I just thought of that I'm happy to see in this plan is some single-family residential for sale homes, because there are some people that still want that. I think I would still want that if I was a young person and I could afford it. I would like to have a home, so I'm glad that many plans I've seen over the years have just totally said, okay, we're not going to do that anymore. So I like seeing that we're still considering some single family residential, because I think there is a certain portion of the people that live here or want to live here that's what they want. They don't want to live in an apartment or a townhome. They want a house, as Commissioner Whitley says, with a white picket fence and the yard for their dog and all that. There's some folks that still want that.
Yeah.
And that was a very important element to us.
Yeah, and I like how it's situated closer to similar type neighborhoods already. So that makes great sense. But so I was happy to see that. Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
It's also important to remember that there are a lot of different lots involved in this small area plan. So we're looking at it as this holistic overview, but it would be developed likely by several different developers. And so when you're talking about townhomes, one section of townhomes may be for rent and one could be for sale. And I guess the idea is just to get a more cohesive, big picture idea of what could go on there.
One thing I really appreciate is, and I've often said, and you can tell that Matthews has had some sort of strategic plan for many decades, and that's really obvious. I've driven through some other towns that it's like, wow, there was no plan whatsoever. They just, let's put a Taco Bell here and a house next to that, and then a mechanic shop next to that, and it just looks horrific. And you see a lot of strip malls and no real plans for anything. So you can tell that a lot of folks that came before all of us have had some strategic vision, and I think it's up to us to continue that and have some sort of plan, instead of just saying, hey, build whatever you want wherever you want it.
Yeah.
Hazen, I'm not seeing a whole lot more comments. That's it. You're on mute.
That was helpful. Just to, right. I think it's all fair. It's early days, but I think if people said, I hate this thing, I think that would have been valuable too. And we didn't hear that. And it sounds like generally we're on the right path. It's just, so what will be the next steps, Jay or Nadine?
The public hearing we're actually looking at for the end of September. So it'll come back to you to see again. And then it will go to the planning board for their review. And then it should come back to you in October to make a decision. So you would approve it for it to be an official small area plan. So we've been telling people October, but we've also been telling them it could be November.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I believe several of us have met with the developer that already owns one parcel there. So what does that mean for a developer that's already invested in creating something with this? I mean, this seems like it's not exactly what they have in mind for their parcel. Is it kind of telling them after the fact, or how does that move forward?
We've been upfront with the developers right from the beginning that we were working on a small area plan, and that would be best to wait until it's completed to really move forward with it. And I've probably seen some of the same plans that you have. Sometimes it's a good plan, but maybe not the right location for it. So we want to do what's best for Matthews what's best for the neighborhood there, what's best for the community. And we really wanted to let this play out before we really started seriously talking to developers.
I think many portions of the small area plan are reflected in what the developer's proposing. Not all of them, but there's some of them anyway.
Mhm.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. Mayor, you mentioned Mint Hill across the street on Idlewild. What about coordination with Stallings that owns the rest of the shopping center?
Absolutely, yeah. As Nadine mentioned, that she's reached out to both of them. I think most of you know that about once a month or so, or every 6 weeks, I have lunch with all the mayors in Mecklenburg County, and or in the area, and the Mint Hill mayor frequently says, "Boy, you guys never tell me what's going on over there. We don't know in Mint Hill. We're not aware of what's going on." So
I tried.
yeah, I know. That's all you can do is make an effort, and I will reflect your comments back to Mayor Simmons.
We can send an
Yeah.
update. Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
I'll
send an
send it.
update to their planning director and Hazen. I can send Alex an update since they're without a planning director right now in Stallings. We'll
And send me, and I'll send it to the manager.
okay.
It would be really great if all this stuff could complement each other. Just because there's a town border, it would be nice if they complemented each other and maybe look like there was a cohesive plan. But I know we can't necessarily tell other towns what to do, but at least make an effort to share what our vision is.
Good.
Sounds
Thank you.
like we've done that.
Yeah.
Well, if there's no further comments on this topic, Hazen, do we want to talk about ARPA funding and affordable housing or attainable housing?
Yes, sir. So, well, the way I guess I got it secondhand, but Commissioner Whitley, is the question like, we talked about $1.5 million of ARPA funds. Can we talk about $3 million for ARPA funds for affordable housing? Is that kind of a question on the table?
Well, what I was concerned about is that find out where can we use this money. From my understanding, we got 10 point, how many million?
10.5.
10.5, and before we went to that was 9, and we already allotted 1.5 million. But where else can we use this money? To the best of my knowledge, from what I've gathered, is affordable homes and some type of road or improvement on cover or something like that.
Yeah.
Is that right?
So it's really a great question. And so just for the whole group, we still don't have final rules from the federal government, which is driving us kind of bonkers, but that is true. But what they've taught, and Becky's done a great job kind of staying abreast of all this. And Becky, I sincerely appreciate your work. But just to give you a big picture list, like we can use it for COVID vaccine incentives. We can use it for PPE related to the COVID. We could do direct financial assistance to individuals impacted by the pandemic. And that can come in multiple forms like mortgage payments, rent, utility aid, cash assistance to unemployed workers, home repair costs, small business assistance, aid to nonprofits, aid to tourism, travel, and hospitality, premium pay to essential public sector workers, premium pay to essential private sector workers, stormwater projects, revenue loss, that was the big one we spent a lot about, if we qualify, and then related administrators' costs. So the list is wide open, I think. And so that doesn't, like if I'm you, Commissioner Whitley, like, okay, that's a nice list. That doesn't move the ball forward, though. That's just the list. Well, let me just keep going. So if you all, the board says, look, we still, we definitely know affordable housing is a topic of interest. It's been on zoning cases. I know of at least 3 zoning cases where that was a heavy discussion. It was discussed. It was important really before that. We all talked about it. think the question is, well, how are we going to pull this off? And then our comes along like, oh my gosh, this is, like perfectly timed. We could do some type of housing needs and analysis. And Becky and I were talking just for the meeting, one thought, because I feel we were talking about doing that at the planning conference in 2020, I think. And so we could, one of the thoughts would be to start to look into and prepare that, making sure you're following the ARPA rules, but could we maybe start going out for bids? Because my guess is cities across the country, affordable housing is a national issue. And so I could see a lot of people getting on board with this. And what I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to get early to the table that, okay, we're ahead, and maybe we're only a month ahead, but if there's 10 consultants and they're doing 20 of these things, I sure would like to be at the number 2 on that list instead of number 18. So that would be a way to move the ball forward on the affordable housing and that's something the board has an interest in.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, because, for many years, the town has been asked to put some money into the pot of developers when they're doing affordable homes, especially if they're doing some credits and stuff like that. So if this is free money that we've got and it can be used for affordable homes, there's different development might come if we have a pot of money there that could go towards affordable home rather than taking have the town put it. Then I would like to see that set aside, and that could be beneficial to move us forward for affordable homes in Matthews.
Commissioner McCool.
I concur with Larry. Him and I have had multiple conversations about this, and it was kind of my brainchild right out of the gate is to set aside some money. I consistently think about like the firefighter, the police officer, the teacher who works in Matthews but has to live in Union County or further out, and it's like I'm thinking well, we're spending tax dollars to pay their salary, but they're going to spend it elsewhere. You can keep it. We should be keeping it all Matthews. We should be making sure they can live here. I mean, we want to make sure that those who can work here can live here. I think it's a good way to do it. I mean, how often are we going to get $10.5 million from the federal government and them kind of let us do this? I don't think it's kind of a once in a 20-year deal. So I think we need to capitalize on it with as much as we're willing to do. So that's my 2 cents.
Yes, I did discuss this with staff, and I tend to agree. I would hope that we could spend at least $3 million of that money on affordable housing. And I think the concern from staff, and I don't want to put words in Becky or Hazen's mouth, is we're still trying to identify what we can use that money for. And maybe there's a more compelling need, although I don't know what it would be. I've often said, I keep using the term that we're tiptoeing around affordable housing. We're getting a few units here and a few units there, but we haven't done anything really substantial. And I think if we said, hey, we're going to spend, we've already said we want to spend at least 1.5 million. If we doubled that to 3 million, I think that's making a significant statement to the community that we're serious and we want to do this. And as Commissioner Whitley said, maybe we can partner with Dream Key or some other nonprofit and make that money go really far and help a lot of people attain a place to live here in Matthews.
So let me make some quick comments, and I should let the commissioner speak first. So one of the things we got to do, like there's requirements. Like one of the things it says is you got to have a qualified census tract, build within or have primary beneficiaries from a qualified census tract. We do not have any qualified census tracts in Matthews anymore. So like I'm with you 200%, Mayor, but then the primary intended beneficiaries earn less than 60% of the area median income, or over 25% of the intended beneficiaries are below the federal poverty line, which for a family of 3 is essentially $22,000. So like. And the last one I would say is one of the things that's throughout the document, it says serve people in our jurisdiction. Because one of my thoughts was, okay, well, we know this is a need regionally. What's wrong with building something like this and somebody moves from, Monroe to Matthews? That, to me, that would be good for the area. But it talks about serve people in the jurisdiction. So in my mind, it sounds like, okay, it's got to serve people within here. It can't like build something and it's okay to draw people from somewhere else, which like we could be helping Charlotte by building something here. So to me, it's just another example of like a little bit of a head scratcher. And we don't have, it's all preliminary right now. And that's why I would say, I would not recommend this board going on record saying $3 million because of all these unknowns, even though philosophically, I look at this group and I think we're probably on the same page with that.
What do we have to do to get our census tract changed? Because it's ridiculous that we don't have a qualified census tract. I mean, we have areas of town that folks are struggling and they're blended in with a bunch of rich folks to make the average not appear that way.
I've never.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yeah, thanks.
I think, it does also distinctly say that we just need further documentation, that we don't have to stick to the census tracts. So there is a straightforward way through that. I'm not sure the paperwork is simple, but there is a way that we can navigate that. As Hazen was bringing up, do we hire a consultant? My question is, do you feel that study from 2 or 3 years ago is inadequate and we need somebody who does further sort of development on the idea? What sort of data do you feel like we need to get to that point where we can really talk about what we want? And then as far as in the jurisdiction, I think, we would need a better definition of that. But if 85% of the people who work in Matthews are commuting to Matthews every day, and that means, that the people who work at Wendy's and the people who work at Pep Boys and work on an hourly wages, would they be considered part of our jurisdiction? They probably don't live in Matthews. So are we providing housing so that we're easing some of the traffic burden around town?
I love the rationale. I mean, that's sound rationale. It's not clear.
Mr. Whitley?
This time.
Yeah, we got Habitat, who has built homes for those who are less fortunate. Of course, the price of the houses. I think Letitia told us that the last Habitat house they built was right around $200,000. But for the Crestdale community, I could tell you there's a need there. And I don't know about your planning, but I could tell you there's an area there in our neighborhood that needs senior 55 affordable homes. Because if you look at Axe and you look at the other retirement homes, the people of color cannot afford that, but they could afford a 55 living home in that area that would substantiate where they can, with affordable 1 and 2 bedroom multiple homes where they can live. And that's pretty much what I was thinking about when affordable homes is for the 55 and older, where those residents. But I know that the Habitat has reached out to me and Pastor Chuck to help them to get some money to help build some more Habitat houses. And certainly, I like to hear from Becky, but from what I heard one time, that if we got $10 million and we don't know how to spend the rest of it, I don't see where $3 million set aside for affordable homes in Matthews, and you still got $6.5 million or $7.5 million left. I don't know where last I heard, y'all didn't know how you're going to spend it. So to say hold on to it for something you don't know how, when I know that Mecklenburg County is one of those counties that will qualify for affordable homes. Mecklenburg County is very high on affordable homes. And this area could be a great place for those within walking distance of the hospital, the grocery store, and the entertainment center and the sports complex. So I think we ought to go ahead and bite the bullet. You know, it's been a long time. Matthews didn't want to partner with affordable home, and I know that, but at the same time, I'm a strong believer in that you got to help people who are less fortunate. Even though we're blessed and town is blessed as a whole, but you got to help some people who can't afford to move to Axe, but they don't want to. They need to live somewhere where they can have entertainment and comfortable with affordable. I know the units that I looked at prior over in Mecklenburg County, I think a 1-bedroom was running something like $780. A 2-bedroom for $800 something. That's very affordable for a senior person, 55, to be able to live in.
Commissioner McCool.
I guess 2 comments. First, Hazen, so even though final ruling, I do not believe that there are towns that have not spent their money, because I know for a fact some towns have spent their money. So what's happened there? I mean, are there examples of towns already spending the money or allocating the money? I mean, I think I heard
the one I think about is incentives. Some cities have committed to incentives for getting the vaccinations. I haven't heard anybody committing to big, like a affordable housing plan, something like that. Now, I don't know how far along somebody like Durham is, but they may be. But I think some folks have like done more, maybe done on these preliminary whatever rulings that maybe have done more work than us. But in Mecklenburg County, all the towns are pretty much waiting for the final rules to come out before they make the next step.
Yeah, I guess that's why. I'm sure a bunch of towns of the country, when they got their coffers of money, they spent it as fast as it came in. I have a hard time believing that everyone's just sitting on it as cautious as we are. That being said, I wanted to make a comment to Commissioner Whitley. I like the idea of the 55+ homes, but I think that paints us in a corner because we've built a lot of retirement homes lately, and we need to make sure families and people are actually, who want to live here can. I think you paint yourself in a big corner if you only want to do for 55+, because then you're leaving out a lot of families who are working in Matthews.
I agree.
Becky.
Yeah, so Commissioner Whitley, to reference back to what you were talking about, we're really looking at it twofold. One is certainly the other options for spending and trying to wait for final guidance to be able to get a full picture of all those things. We're hearing from the folks at the league and at NC Pro that they do expect there may be some loosening of some rules on some things. We just don't know what that looks like. So everyone is just in the same camp of waiting for the final guidance. And then that's going to take a little bit to interpret, okay, what's actually within the final guidance. And then we want to bring options to the board for prioritization of, looking at what stormwater projects we're looking at some of these other options and trying to figure out how do we want to slice the pie. So that's kind of over in one camp. The other is the documentation and the justification for an affordable housing program. To Mayor Pro Tem's point, we do think there is some kind of path. It's just figuring out what hoops do we have to jump through in order to satisfy that path. And at this point, some of the guidance that we're getting, it's just very vague. We don't know exactly what they're looking for because we don't have enough information at this point. So the School of Government had some nice recommendations in some information that they wrote up in a Coates Cannons blog that talks about essentially recommending that we build our justification first as far as what is our housing needs in town, what are the needs of our citizens, who would qualify that needs housing, That's going to take some research and some study that we've just never embarked on that formally. And what does that justification look like? And then build your program kind of backwards. So what can you justify, figure out how much that's going to cost, and then look to fund it, as opposed to picking a funding number on the front end and then trying to build to that. It's possible that we could come back with a justification that actually exceeds any of the numbers that we're throwing out today, or it could be lower. We just don't have enough information at this point to really know.
Do we have an expectation of when we might know?
So the last we heard was they expected final guidance should be out before our first reporting is due at the end of October. Almost, I think every locality that we've heard from, their report back, this first required report, it's just going to be $0 spent because everyone's in the same boat of waiting for the final guidance. But we do have until December of 2024 to determine how to spend the funds, and then through the end of 2026 to actually spend the funds. So it's very hard right now to wait, but we do have a couple of years moving forward to be able to put together these plans and certainly get to work.
Well, as Hazen has noted, I think this board, by consensus, supports a significant entry into affordable housing. I certainly do, and I think everybody does. Certainly, if we have somewhat of a windfall also of funds, so I guess we'll just keep an eye on what the final guidelines are. Mayor Pro Tem Garner, do you have a comment?
I think that it's important that we continually discuss bringing somebody in who can handle that paperwork too, because I feel like we need somebody who maybe is experienced in federal grants or something along those lines that we could ask the important questions to, and that can help us develop a solid plan for managing these monies, so that as we're doing this for the next several years, we aren't asking Becky every 10 minutes what we can use the money for and what we can't. So, I definitely support what Larry and Ken are saying, hands down, no question about it. As we start building that plan, though, I would, and as Becky was saying, I would like to sort of have this big picture and then figure out what smaller milestones there are. And I think that staff person, a temporary staff person, or whatever that looks like, whatever staff thinks that should look like, it would be a really helpful first step.
Couldn't agree more.
We use ARPA funds to pay for the staff person?
It's a related administrative costs.
You can.
I'll do that job when I roll off.
My guess is that's going to be a very in-demand position nationwide, to find somebody who can handle this level of gray. So it's probably not going to be an entry-level position, but I think we would be happy to have the help and be able to charge it to ARPA.
She said you ain't qualified, Jill.
Well, I own 7 affordable housing units and I manage them myself.
No,
Put in an application. You're welcome to put in an application.
All right.
$5 an hour.
Mayor, if we got 10 million, we don't really know what to do with it. We already put $1.5 million. I don't see where if we put another $1.5 million, 3 million, let it sit. And then as we progress along, and just like Becky said, it could be that we could use more for that. But I can tell you, when you're talking about tax credit, because I've done a little background, I know we're sending John Urban to affordable home training. I saw that on the agenda coming up. But at the same time, I've done quite a bit of research in trying to see credits, how to do that. Of course, I'm not an expert on it, not intend to be, but I do try to get in knowledgeable, because it is my intent of 55 and older the church has wanted to do this for the community, because when you look at, when you look at Acts and the other places for retirement, those are extremely, extremely expensive. But I do know that when I visited some places about 2 years ago in Charlotte, the apartments were very nice for 55 seniors, 55, and it's just for the 55. No kids, they can visit, but they can't stay there. And it's had amenity, wash and dry, library. It was very nice, affordable, where people who got Social Security of $1,000 to $2,000 a month could live there comfortably and not want to cut grass, but at least have a library and wash and dry air. Don't have to go out, but it's close enough to they can get to the hospital, the grocery store, bus stop, transit. But I just think we ought to put some more money in there, and let's see where it goes. Still leaving the town $7.5 million to do with what they want to. And from what Liz Hazen read off to me, that's a little pocket change, just talking about what he was want to spend. I still hadn't heard anything other than the sewer. Now, and then that's going to be tricky in trying to upgrade sewer for the area too. So that's my thought. That was why I was saying let's get it set aside. And then Habitat needs some money. I'm telling you, we having a breakfast coming up, trying to get the Habitat for some money, and they're nonprofit, and they have done a great job at helping low-income people to be able to obtain a home.
Hazen, how do you feel about a tentative set aside?
I mean, I philosophically agree with Larry, but as a bureaucrat who's responsible for money day in, day out, just like the $25 million budget that we manage, this is not the way to do it. I mean, it's just not the way you do it. You develop your plan, then you get your final rules, you develop your plan, and you figure out how to spend it. But this is y'all's town. We work for you all. I would not recommend doing this, but we will, the board decides, and we follow the board's direction.
Commissioner McCool.
I understand what you're saying, Hazen, but my biggest fear is if we just continually just kick the can down the road, kick the can down the road, kick the can down the road, it's just going to fade away. It's just.
Why would you say that? Why would you say it's going to fade away? I mean,
I just feel like
seriously, we talked about this.
We have the energy, we have the need, we've heard it from the community repeatedly. I don't see how it puts us in any bad position. Again, I'm not the town manager, but I don't see how $3 million out of the 10.5 million, you still got $7.5 million there. I just don't get how that, unless there's an idea that you guys have for the money that's going to cost more than $7.5 million. That's what you want to do with it. But I guess I don't get it.
The rules and engagement aren't clear. That's it. But we don't know the rules yet. They're not finalized. But I mean,
we know we can. I mean, isn't consistently always been affordable housing been the thing that's always on there? I mean, that's what
you got to qualify. Commissioner Garner may be right. We can do it. We can figure it out. But it's just not clear now. Today.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I think it's as a board, we can all nod our heads and say, yes, we're committed to doing this. But I do also understand the hard spot that Hazen and Becky are in, where they're the details people, right? And so out of consideration for them and the spot they're in, if we say today we are committed to $3 million towards affordable housing, for one thing, we haven't defined what that looks like or what the need is. And for, on the flip side of it, we commit to it, and even that 2% chance of it not happening, or whatever that minute percent chance of it not happening is we're all going to have to answer to that. And so is that the chance we want to take as a board? And is that the burden that we want to put on town staff? And I mean, and I'm not saying no for any of you. I'm asking that as a genuine question.
Commissioner McCool?
We never want to put the staff in a bad place. And again, they're the experts on it. I just want to see that we're moving forward with this. Again, I agree with Renee and Larry both that, we have to be cautious a little bit, but I just feel like it's not a significant issue. I haven't heard from anyone else. What's everyone else's thoughts? I want to make sure I'm not, Larry and I aren't only two out on the ledge and everyone else is not with us.
I've repeatedly said I very much favor spending at least 3 million of the 10.5 million we have on affordable housing. However, I do recognize maybe we need to better define how we're going to spend it and have a plan first. So for me, and for other members of this board, hopefully those of us that are running will still be serving a year from now or 6 months from now. We can always revisit this. I think I think staff has heard there's a strong desire by this board, by consensus, to move forward to make a significant entry into affordable housing, not 1 or 2 units, but to build some affordable housing or some sort of infrastructure somewhere for people so that our police and fire and mechanics and people that work at Wendy's and Target can live here. Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
For the benefit of Ken and Larry, are there goals or deadlines that we could set that staff is comfortable with in moving forward? So we've talked about the staff person, or talking about the consultant and understanding the need, or any of those things, so that we're not just standing still. We have the big picture. We're working towards this goal, getting a better idea of what can happen and when.
Yeah, now Renee, I can't give you the definite because we're working on some plans. Then I would like to hope that the church could put some plans for the end of the year on 55 and possibly 80 units, 55, 4 stories on 4 acres of Mount Moriah property, the church property. But that's in the making, and I don't like to, put stuff out there. But the different developers are looking at being able to do some tax credits and be able to help this. But they are going to need ask from the town, and this is a good time. I don't know how much it's going to ask, but I know Charlotte has put aside a great amount of millions of dollars for affordable homes, and that's a big thing for that. Not only Charlotte, but McBurgh County has as well also for
let me ask Kazan and Becky a question. What can we do tonight to ensure or get a good feeling by Commissioners Whitley and McCool and all of us really that we're doing something, we're not just kicking the ball down the. What can we do now to say we want to advance this effort, even if we don't vote to necessarily set aside 3 million? What can we do to say that's our end goal, and how do we get there? What can we do? What concrete steps can we do?
So I'll speak first, Becky, and then you can chime in. But I like the idea of moving forward on this housing needs and market analysis. It's something we've talked about for a couple of years, and so let's research that. Let's we got to go up for an RFP. But we want to make it ARPA within the ARPA so that we can use the document for ARPA too. So that would be an example. And Becky, I'm not sure how we're going to find this expert. That's an interesting. I mean, I guess in theory you could. Is it a consultant? But I would love. I guess I'd love to have a human face that's here, but I don't know where you can get that expertise. So maybe at the next meeting, could we report? I'm thinking out loud, but report back to the board both on this, where we're at on the housing needs and market analysis, one, and then what we found about this. How do you get quote unquote, an expert to whatever, guide the town through this multi-year process.
Mr. Willard,
I know, and
no, go back to you Becky, after what Mr. Willard.
I know
Go ahead.
Jay and I think it was about 2 years ago, Jay, we met with you, with the town, with the developer, on looking at some affordable homes, and our master plan for the church is already, I think we had it listed as assistant living, but I think we're going to change it to 55 home is what we have to bring back to the town to have those plans updated. But there are several things that we're looking at. Crestdale has longed for a pocket park. That's something that I talked to CJ about, not CJ, but Corey about a mini pocket park in the Crestdale, a walking trail near that stream that comes through there. There's great possibilities that the developers, that we at the church, and now my board is talking with developer, and we want especially with the new walk through there now, is just really want to improve that whole back area back in there, just make it look really nice, and where people can walk in trails and sit on bench, walk by the stream. Those are long-term, within 5 years that we are looking at that connectivity, but certainly 55 is our #1 project right now for the church and the developer. That we're talking to several developers and see which one is going to be better suitable for us and for the town. So but it is still our plan as the church to have a plan before the town and meet with Jay to update and bring back to this town for some approvals on some maybe rezoning of our master plan.
Okay. Becky, I'll go back to you. I apologize. I should have let you finish your ask you for a comment and then didn't call on you. So.
All right. So to kind of piggyback off of what Hazen said, the next steps in my mind would be to work with Jay and Teresa, and I want to pick the brains of the folks at NC Pro, the folks at the league, related to the justifications that the School of Government has laid out as far as the needs analysis, understanding the market trends are some other areas that they talked about, getting that justification in place for an affordable housing program. And the Urban Institute is who comes to mind as probably having the capability to assist with this kind of a study. Jay and I had some good conversations with them related to the board's interest on this topic from the 2020 planning conference. So, looking at it through the ARPA lens, we would want to make sure that they could handle that for us. But I think getting a quote or a proposal from the Urban Institute, certainly if we need to track down one or two other experts to get some competing quotes, we can do that. But then bring that forward to the board. Ideally, final guidance is out at that point, and we can feel good that everything is starting to marry up. But that would be, we certainly hear the board's interest in the priority on this topic. So whether it was $100 on affordable housing or all 10 million, from what we can tell, this type of justification is going to need to be in hand anyways. So I think it's safe to say that, it's going to be a study that's going to be needed regardless of where the board ultimately lands on the amount of money that they want to spend on affordable housing. So we can get a jump start on figuring out that documentation and that justification, which will kind of keep the ball rolling forward as we get final guidance in hand.
And I think everyone knows how much I hate studies, but I think this one is probably called for. Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. My question to the board, it's in the beginning of the decision tree. Is affordable housing defined as a subsidized apartment? Or is affordable housing defined as a house that you can afford to buy because we spent $3.5 million to develop the land and you get a 2-bedroom house at X price?
I think for me, it could mean any of those things. I mean, what we often hear, I've heard from Natisha over and over, it's like, boy, we could build a lot more habitat houses if you guys would give us some land or pay for some land, because the land is so expensive here. So I think it could be that. I think with some of the other partners, and Larry, you know better than me how all these things work, and Becky, you probably do as well, and Hazen, but some of those are somewhat subsidized by nonprofits, et cetera, but everybody's got to put some skin in the game. So they're going to want Matthews to pony up some money to participate in one of those programs. But I don't know if anybody else has a comment on how those work, but I think it could be any of those things. Sure.
Skin in the game is ownership. Coming from Chicago, I have seen subsidized housing that went south very quickly. In my opinion, skin in the game is ownership. So if $3.5 million goes to land and a developer, and there's either mill houses or modular houses or something relatively close together along the 485 line, it's very affordable. And they could be sold. And in response to Larry's comment, he's addressing the 55 and older, but the night manager at Wendy's or Seaboard and the server at Christopher's might not qualify as 55 and over, and the young people want to buy something too. The first step in home purchasing is the hardest step you will ever make. And so the leg up, in my opinion, should be a smaller home, no matter what your age. And there's plenty of opportunity there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I know Commissioner McCool and I have had this conversation, but a lot of people his age and my son's age and his friend's age say, you know what, we don't want a 3,800 square foot house.
No.
We would like to have 1,000 square foot house with 2 bedrooms and a place to take a shower and a bed. And it could be our home, not necessarily a tiny home, but much smaller. They don't want the 2,500 square feet, 3/4 acre lot, so there is, and I'm hearing not only young people, I'm hearing people my age saying that they would like to have something like that downsize, to just have a smaller place, just a couple rooms. Mr. Whitley.
Yeah, Jeff, just a point. Now, I know back in the day and what you're talking about, this is what's been this is the problem that towns and communities have not wanted affordable home, because they're thinking of Section 8. And those are, this is not what we're talking about. This is totally not what we're talking about. We're talking about nice, affordable homes, 1 and 2 bedroom, that 55 now. In our master plan, and I know we got to update some, but in our master plan, on the back side of our property is townhouses and some apartments, Jeff, that would meet the needs of who you're talking about working at McDonald's. However, we're doing it in phase. This phase is first, and then the next phase. We've already completed phase 1, and this affordable 55 is our second phase, and our third phase is going to be those townhouse apartment that you're talking about and that Mayor talking about, 1,300 square foot, that's affordable for a young family to be able to come in and part that. But at the same time, I don't want to feel like I'm selling this just for me, because I knew that Natasha needs some help too, because that's the whole point of me and Pastor Chuck meeting with, having a breakfast with them, to see how we can gain some money and raise money for habitat. And certainly I want to make sure that the town maybe could be able to be a part of that to help them as well too. Certainly we got all this money here, $10.5 million. Let's put it to where we know that in the future, we can look back and say, the town of Matthews invested in affordable home, as John Irvin said, attainable homes. So is affordable home is what you can afford. If you can afford $1,000 a month for a 1 bedroom, or $1,500, is what you can afford. But we certainly know we can't afford $200-300 million homes for the Crestdale community. I can tell you that right now. That's not there. And for the average police department and the fire department, they cannot afford it. I've been over to Ken's place over there. A 1 bedroom, $1,300 a month. That is kicker for a 1 bedroom. That's a beautiful, beautiful area. But I tell you what, it's a whole lot of painting, ain't it, Ken, to make sure that you can meet that. So that's where we are. My heart is not so much is to make sure that we can address those people in the town of Matthews, fire department, police department, teachers and nurses that's in this area, that they can live here and be within a walking distance of their 5 minutes from their job.
All right, let's wrap up because I want an opportunity to use the bathroom before we start our next meeting. So Hazen, can you give us what your commitment is going forward as far as possibly looking for a consultant or
So we're going to
appreciate a study?
begin, excuse me, Becky said it. We're going to reach out. Becky's going to get with staff, but then we're going to reach out, probably start with the Urban Institute and then see if we can get some other quotes, making sure this works as closely as possible, best we know with ARPA regs, and bring you all back up a proposal as quickly as possible. Maybe it'll be.
That sounds great. I will caution you to vet them very carefully because I imagine there's a lot of folks out that are trying to make a quick buck that really aren't experts. So
Yeah, and
let's
that's one
make
thing
sure
nice
if we're
about the
gonna-
Urban Institute, right?
if we're going to spend the money, let's make sure we're hiring someone that's qualified. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back at 7. It's 6:53, so we'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
Same link.
Same link.
All
Same
right.
link, so you can just stop your video and mute and come back in a few minutes.
right, everyone, it is 7 o'clock. Please turn on your cameras.
Lori, are we ready to start?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right. I'd like to welcome everyone to our September 13th, 2021 regular Board of Commissioners meeting for the town of Matthews. I'm Mayor John Higdon. I'd like to start with some introductions. Tonight we have with us Town Attorney Charlie Buckley, Town Manager Hazen Blodgett, Planning Director Jay Camp, Assistant Town Manager Becky Hawk, Commissioner Larry Whitley, Town Clerk Lori Canapino, Mayor Pro Tem Renee Garner, Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Ken McCool, Commissioner Dave Bland, and Commissioner John Urban is off tonight. I'd like to remind everyone that due to the spike in COVID-19 cases in the region and concerns regarding the Delta variant, this meeting of the Matthews Board of Commissioners is being held remotely. The mayor and commissioners will vote on each item by roll call vote, and each member will be polled individually to state their vote and also raise their hand or otherwise visually signal how they're voting. I'd like to start with an invocation or moment of reflection with Commissioner Dave Bland.
Heavenly Father, I pray that you will give the town's leaders strength so that they will not grow weary in their leadership role. The tasks that we face at times seem overwhelming and exhausting, but I pray that every leader will strive to do your will. Lord, I pray for divine strength for each of the town's leaders, and I pray that they will not rely solely on themselves, but on you and on each other. In your name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bland. Move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. Bring up our virtual flag here in a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 4. I'd like to recognize Patriot Day with a proclamation. What would a meeting be without a proclamation? Whereas the town of Matthews and the citizens of our community join with our fellow Americans across the nation in honoring and remembering those who lost their lives in the horrific terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001. Whereas we continue to offer support to the families and friends who lost loved ones, the devastating events of that day, and especially our firefighters, police, and first responders, can continue to step forward and serve our communities with dedication and vigilance. Whereas we commend the firefighters, police, and first responders who courageously risk their lives to rescue those in need, as well as the ordinary citizens and volunteers who selflessly gave their lives to aid their friends and coworkers who were injured or trapped in the Twin Towers and Pentagon. And whereas the events of September 11, 2001 tested the strength and resolve of our country, they also reminded us of the values set by our forefathers who saw a vision for the United States that we would live and be free. And today we are even more determined than ever that we will not give in to threats to the safety and security of the United States. Whereas the United States is unified in our purpose to prevent further tragedies like those experienced on September 11, 2001, and it is right to honor the men and women of our armed forces who have fought tirelessly to keep us safe from further attacks on U.S. soil. And whereas today we remember the lives that were lost, honor the heroic actions taken by our first responders, and thank the members of our military for their continued service and sacrifice. Whereas members of the first responder organizations undergo significant education, training, and make personal sacrifices to achieve the expertise required to provide aid in emergency situations. Whereas first responders maintain safety and order in times of crisis, volunteer in our communities and schools, and are a vital part of every North Carolina community. Now, therefore, I, John F. Higdon, Mayor of the Town of Matthews, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim September 11th, 2021 as Patriot Day in the Town of Matthews, and call this day to the attention of all citizens. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the Town of Matthews to be affixed the 13th day of September 2021. I'd like to present that proclamation to our Fire Chief, Rob Kinnenberg. Rob, would you like to say anything, sir?
Well, thank you, Mayor. September 11th is forever ingrained in our thoughts. Hard to believe 20 years has passed, and recent events continue to show that first responders, from police to fire to EMS to public works, are here for the citizens. Without the citizens, there's no other reason for us to exist. So we're here to serve.
Thank you, Chief. I know everyone, with the possible exception of Commissioner McCool, he was quite young then, but I certainly remember where I was on September 11th. I was a few hundred yards from Town Hall in Matthews at my office at Combraco. What I remember from that day is just the silence of everyone watching the events unfold on TV, and just disbelief that this was happening on American soil. At first, we saw the first plane hit the World Trade Center, and then when the second one hit, we knew it was a terrorist attack. And very sad day, one I'll never forget. And we're forever, ever thankful for all those that responded and continue to respond for all of us in all of our communities. I heard this morning something very poignant. After the first tower fell, there were fire and police personnel still streaming in to the second tower after it also had been hit with a plane, knowing there was a good chance that that tower was also going to fall, but they were still going up to try to rescue people. So we will never forget that day, that's for sure. Moving on from that, we'll stay with Chief Kinnenberg and get an update on COVID.
Well, thank you, Mayor, council members. So we did receive some positive news today that some of our matrix have dipped slightly, but don't hold out rabid optimism at this point. Just as perspective, our new case averages and positivity rate and hospitalizations put us where we were roughly in December and January of last year, or December of last year, January of this year. As of today, we've had 141,000 cases in Mecklenburg County. Roughly, that equates to 1 in 9 people in Mecklenburg County has had COVID. 1,100 deaths. There are 55 facilities regarded as being in outbreak status. The steady increase began in early July. Prior to that, our daily new case average was about 50, and our positivity rate was below 6, which was where we wanted to be. Since then, we've continued to see an increase in all of our matrix, again, with that glimmer of hope over the weekend. We are still in substantial community spread. Since July 15th, we've seen the 7-day average new case count rise steadily, adding 700 cases in 2 weeks. The positivity rate has risen from 5% to 12.8% on September 1st. Hospital census has risen from 55 a day to 440 a day, an 8-time increase over the same period. The local hospitals continue to see a dramatic increase in activity. I think, as we've pointed out, the demographic of those hospitalized with COVID has markedly shifted to the unvaccinated 50 and under crowd. 54 to 58%, depending on your math, of Mecklenburg County residents are fully vaccinated. Matthews has enjoyed a higher than average vaccination rate for citizens over 12 years of age. and a slightly lower than average cumulative case per 100,000 residents than the rest of the county. New guidance is coming out. We can continue to follow the CDC to figure out who gets isolated, who gets quarantined, and who is placed on leave. Now we are talking about a booster shot for all those 8 months or more after complete vaccination. If you couple that with the roughly 45% of the county population that is unvaccinated, we are still looking to administer about 1 million more doses. And the first responder community has been asked once again to help with that effort. The policy group met again today, and they will meet every 2 weeks. The EOC is open and dealing with COVID on a soft basis, meaning that not all the agencies are present, but there's a core group there. So that concludes my report. I'll take any questions you may have.
Mr. Whitley.
Chief, I heard you mention Matthews. What percentage of Matthews has been vaccinated?
Our data is a little old, and the county uses a very wide range. So the county places us in the 50 to 85% group. So they can't pinpoint, because vaccinations in the 28105, 6, and 4 zip codes all kind of blur the waters.
But we are over 50% of the Mathonians that have received that shot.
That would be a good guess. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Other questions or comments for Chief Kinnenberg?
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, thank you. I will once again get on my soapbox for a minute, if I can, and urge anyone that hasn't been vaccinated to get vaccinated. I continue to be frustrated by the fact that the vaccination has become so politicized. This pandemic doesn't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat or a Libertarian or a Muslim or a Christian or an atheist, or if you're black or tall or short or thin. It just wants a warm body to live in and to reproduce. So for those of you that haven't been vaccinated, please do it soon for your own health and for others in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move on to agenda item number 6. Are there any items to be added to the agenda, Mr. Town Manager?
No, sir, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 7, public comment, and we're going to debut a new feature tonight by allowing anyone that's listening to this meeting to make comments during this time. If you desire, you may indicate your desire to make a comment by using your Zoom's raise hand feature, or if you're on a desktop or mobile device, you can click raise hand in the webinar controls, and you'll be recognized by the name listed in your Zoom window. And if you've joined by telephone, you can dial 9 to raise your hand. Isn't technology wonderful? And you'll be recognized. So I want to emphasize that you can only comment during this public comment period, not during the entire meeting. So if anyone that's listening has a public comment, or if we have others, Lori, that have previously indicated they'd like to make a public comment, they can do so now.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do have 2 folks who pre-registered. I do just want to make a note that for anyone on the telephone, you do need to dial *9 to raise your hand. That's if you're on the telephone, dial *9, and that will raise the hand function.
Yeah, *9. I said 9. You can do the star also. Okay.
Our first registered speaker is Ms.
Lori, let me interrupt here.
Sure.
Let me mention what the mayor said. We do have public hearings, and people will be able to speak during those public hearings on those topics, not during this public comment section, but during the public hearing, they may speak. The mayor said that no one would be able to speak later, but yes, in the public hearing, if you're to speak on the public hearing matters, you can speak during the public hearing.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Monet, if you could unmute yourself, turn your camera on if you have one, and then wait for the timer to start. And when it does, you may begin.
Hang on 1 second. Let me get my notes. Can you hear me?
Yes,
We
ma'am.
can hear you.
Okay. Good evening. At the last meeting, you guys did vote on the mask mandate. And last year, I totally felt the same way about the masks. I hadn't done any research, but it really seemed reasonable. So I wore one. But then in January and February, with COVID raging, the government opened our border wide. People flooded in. They were held in close quarters and bussed and flown all over the country, all without COVID tests or vaccines. And I thought to myself, wait a minute. If COVID is such a big threat that all the citizens should stay home, wear masks, social distance, and get a vaccine, why would our government choose that time to open the border? Couldn't they wait a year or two until the pandemic was under control before encouraging a mass migration? And then I discovered that experts like Dr. Sherry Tenpenny and America's Frontline Doctors, who dared show evidence that did not fit the CDC Fauci narrative, were being systematically silenced. Is that science? If the CDC and Fauci's science was so ironclad proof, then why were they so afraid of dissenting evidence? I began to ask myself, is it possible that the agencies that we've come to trust, like the CDC, really aren't telling us the whole truth? Now, even though I read through a dozen studies that show the efficacy of masks is dubious at best, my goal tonight is not to convince you about masks, but to encourage you to ask yourself, does what is going on in our country make sense on a broad scale? And if it doesn't, then why do we continue to believe the narratives that we are being told? Besides encouraging the mass migration in the middle of a pandemic, here's just a sampling of other things that don't make sense to me and should cause us to question what's really going on. We're welcoming immigrants through our southern border, but prohibiting Cubans fleeing from communism. Voter ID is considered racist, but a vaccine passport is not. The Keystone Pipeline in the US was shut down, but sanctions against the Russian pipeline were removed. We're told that the Pfizer vaccine has been approved by the FDA, but if you look at the fine print in the footnotes, it's only the vaccine that's produced under their camaraderie label, which is not even in production yet. In India, ivermectin for humans obliterated 97% of the cases in Delhi, yet we continue in the US here with the mantra that it is merely a dewormer for horses. The vaccine is effective against COVID, then why are the non-vax so vilified? If the vaccine works, shouldn't those that have the vaccine, shouldn't they be protected? All the COVID test numbers and the data that it is based on, that particular test is actually being retired in December because it overinflates the positive numbers. The new vaccine mandate applies to American workers and federal employees, but conveniently exempts the DC elite. These things don't make logical sense. And I and a million others are no longer buying the rhetoric and the media spin. At the last meeting, one of the members stated there are some people who aren't going to follow what the law is. There's law-abiding citizens and non-law-abiding citizens. And he stated that he thought that the majority of the scientific community and the vast majority of people in the country think that masks are the safest. And I would say, why does he think the consensus is that people think masks are the safest? I suggest because that has been the only narrative that has been allowed. Unless you've personally had your account shut down or discovered alternate platforms where all the canceled people have gone, chances are you're really not even aware of the massive censoring that has gone on. When we look back at Rosa Parks and those who dared defy the segregation laws of the 1950s, do we consider them to be non-law-abiding citizens or people who were brave enough to stand up against an entire paradigm of thinking that denied them freedom? Like Rosa Parks, many of us who choose not to wear a mask are not merely non-law-abiding citizens. We are just trying to stand up against an illogical narratives that are paraded as truths and that are leading to massive convergence of power at the top that is confiscating our freedoms. Needless to say, I'm very concerned about the trajectory of where we are headed. What was just 30 days to slow the spread and just a mask has now become a vaccine mandate. And what was just a gold star on the arms of the Jews in the 1939 eventually became a one-way ticket to Auschwitz. Thank you. I have a list of sources of these and some other things that I'll be happy to submit to Lori.
Thank you, Ms. Monette. Do we have another speaker, Lori?
We do, Ms. Vivian Brenner. Ms. Brenner, if you can unmute yourself, turn on your camera, and wait to speak until the countdown clock starts. Okay, Ms. Brenner, please begin.
Sorry, I was trying to get my camera going. It doesn't seem to want to work.
It's okay. You don't need to turn it on.
And now I can't get my notes because the screen has gotten so big. All right, hang on a minute here. Fit to window. No, I don't want it to fit to window. I apologize. Things are not working the way they should.
Slide the timer to the left.
Slide the timer to the left. Oh,
Should be a split screen.
well, this is even worse now. What is the problem here? All right. I cannot exit. Okay, exit full screen. All right, I've got it now.
Okay.
I'm just a little concerned about all the development that's going on in the Matthews area. And some of the recent projects have been kind of disappointing in their appearance. I can't recall seeing so many very tiny windows in apartments and in dwellings. And I know windows are a design element, and I'm concerned about that. I also wonder how many architects are allowed to have anything to do with, the buildings that go on. I don't know is there a competition, or do people who just buy land and then pick an architect and there's no choice in the matter, and an architect and the contractors can just do whatever they want, like when they tore all the trees down on Monroe Road, which we really need to hide those ugly buildings. Because they have such small windows and there's no grace in the design. So I'm just concerned about who gets to decide what contractors and architects are used to make these projects, and how do we get something that's more innovative and visually pleasing, and that would be enhancing Matthews rather than just sticking kind of ugly buildings into our town. I guess that's all I really want to say. I don't know how it works. I guess developers can hire anybody to do anything they want on their buildings, and they can cut down trees even though they're not supposed to. But I'd really like to see us all have a little more control over that than we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brenner. Staff, do you want to get back to her on that? Jay?
Yes, we can certainly follow up. I'll make a note. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Lori, do we have anybody else sign up?
We don't have anyone else signed up. I'm going to double check if there is anyone in the audience now who wishes to speak. Please use the raise hand feature, either with the button that says raise hand or *9 if you're on the phone. And Mr. Mayor, it does not appear that anyone else wishes to speak at this time.
Okay, thank you. Well, we have to continue to get that word out that folks will be able to do that on the spot. All right, we'll move on to agenda item number 8, recess our regular meeting for public hearings on applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Matthews. Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion that we recess to a regular meeting to the.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Whitley, a second from Commissioner Bland. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that passes unanimously. I'd like to start by asking Jay to introduce the planning board members in attendance.
All right, we have confirmed in attendance our chair, Mike Foster, Tom Dorsey, Carrie Lamson, and believe Jim Johnson. There may be some others in attendance. I apologize if I've missed you in the attendee list.
Hey, I once again, as I usually do, want to thank our planning board for their dedicated service to the town. It's a difficult job and time consuming, so we appreciate their efforts. Move on to the first item, A, zoning application 2021-734 West John office to change the certain R20 district to OCD on that certain property identified as 556 West John Street and further identified as tax parcel 193-25111. Ms. Bennett.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, one moment while we get Ms. Bennett into the meeting.
Okay, here I am. And I'm going to share my screen. So as you mentioned, this is an application for 556 West John Street. You can see it's right here at the corner of West John and Lois. The current zoning on it is R20. The proposed zoning is for office conditional district. Right now it's residential, but it hasn't been inhabited for a number of years. I tried to figure out how many years, but I couldn't, but it's been a while. The proposed use is a law office. They're not planning on tearing it down. The current building will stay, and they're just going to undergo renovations. And here's the aerial of it. And street views. Again, it looks like nobody's really living in it right now. That's a variety of street views for it. Again, currently residential, but not been inhabited for a while. It's 0.23 acres. It's got vacant land across Lois Street. It's got a lot of other office use, some of it new, some of it converted from residences around it. And across the street, it's retail. And there are no previous zoning actions on the site. This is their site plan. And again, they're not tearing it down. They're just going to renovate, and there's no proposed change in the footprint of the building. They are going to be adding sidewalk, curb and gutter here. They've got 9 parking spaces. And just as a side note, it's located in a downtown overlay, but again, they're not building. They did not have renderings for the site yet, any elevations, but they sent us an inspiration house for it. And this is the inspiration house. And one thing that they wanted me to note was that this house here has stucco on it. And what they're planning is to have new wood siding. For the land use plan, it does not specifically make a recommendation for the site, but it does note that the town should work with local businesses and citizens to preserve and enhance this historic part of Matthews. And West John Street has long been envisioned as an office corridor, and there have already been a lot of rezonings along the corridor. The downtown master plan refers to it as a potential West John historic district. And among the recommendations are to develop residential style office cottages as infill on vacant parcels. Obviously, this is not a vacant parcel, but it would still be a residential style office cottage. So the proposed change in zoning is generally consistent with the land use plan. Among the downtown action items in the land use plan, abide by the guidelines set forth in the downtown master plan, which I referenced, and to create a unique aesthetic appeal through site plan approvals that include quality architectural design and building materials and minimal setbacks and rear parking. So from the planning department, our only comments are that they need to, on the site plan, clarify that they do have enough room there for their perimeter plantings. It's just not clear right now. We are waiting if they can get them for more detailed renderings in addition to the inspiration house. And also wanted to note that in previous years, the larger freestanding signs along John Street have been a concern. And we're recommending that the sign here would be more in keeping with the residential character and the scale of the structure. No comments from the police, none from fire, and Public Works did make some comments on the site plan, and the applicants addressed all of them. They also noted, Public Works did, that they think that the bus stop that's right in front of the structure should include some kind of pad or other amenity. I think right now it's just a pole with a bus stop. And Parks and Recreation, no concerns. And we do have the applicants here to speak. They don't have a presentation, but if they would just let me know what image they want me to settle on, I will get there.
This is my husband, Bernardo Rosario. We're good?
Yeah, you
All
should probably
right.
start with muted.
Did you hear me before or not?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know if you heard me, but my name is Vanessa Elias, and this is my husband, Bernardo Rosario. We are the owners of 556 West John Street. This is the property right across the street from Aldi. First of all, I need to thank Jay and Nadine. They've been very, very helpful in guiding us through this process because we are not builders, we're not developers. This is something that is a special project close to my heart, and they've made it easy for us to navigate the ordinances that we just started learning of. So a big thank you. I'm going to repeat a little bit in my presentation of what Nadine said, but I'll be brief. Also in this meeting is Javier Andreu. If you can find him on the attendance list, because he's our builder and he will be the best person to answer any questions you have regarding the construction and the renovation. We're seeking to rezone the property. It has been abandoned for many years, and it is currently an R20 residential zoning, and we want to convert it to a OCD for general office use. The important thing to say here is that I intend to move my law office to that particular site. I've been in Matthews for over 10 years practicing immigration law, and I'm moving my office a mile from where I'm now to here. So I have a special interest in Matthews. I want to stay there, and my intention is to practice out of this particular property. We will renovate the property. We will not change the footprint. And I believe that the way we're gonna renovate it, it will probably change a little bit of the roof angles and space. So we'll create more space on the second floor. And at the end, we'll have approximately 1,500 square feet. That is important to say because in terms of parking spaces, I believe we have enough, more than enough than what's required. We have nine spaces. We're including a handicap space and also bicycle rack or parking as required. We've included an inspiration house, and honestly, it will look very, very similar to what you're looking at. The dimensions of that house is very close to our own dimensions. We're gonna have a very, like you were saying, residential or cottage look, like you can see there, a little bit more modern than cottage, but I still find that it goes along the lines of what you have on that street. And as I said before, this is for my office, my law firm. This is my job that I take very seriously. I'm very proud of. So we will ensure that we use quality materials and that the design is something that I'm proud of. We're planning on using those same colors, the black and the gray. So that will be the general look you will see at the end of this project. As to the sign, I know that is important. I honestly don't love the monument sign to have along that street. Because of the nature of the practice, I don't need to advertise. This is not a marketing tool, the signage. It will be only to identify the building with the name of the firm, which is Elias Immigration Law. And it will be something attached to the building with a big number, which people will find it when they use the GPS. As I said, I've been doing this for over 10 years. I have an established clientele. It's mostly on referrals. I don't need that sign. And I don't like it. I'm not saying eventually I won't submit a permit for it, but I don't see myself having that kind of signage in front of the house. The trees, we will preserve as many trees as we can. We are gonna have to bring some down because we need the parking spaces. We're gonna try our best to keep the trees along the perimeter of the property. I think that brings everything that I wanted to mention, but I think any questions you have about the house, Javier Andreu is, I hope he's connected, so we can ask him anything we need to figure out. But Bernie?
And we also plan to include the plantings around the parking lot to kind of delineate the perimeter of the property.
Bienvenidos.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from any of the elected officials or the planning board for either the applicants or for Nadine? Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I just want to welcome this opportunity. That's a very good corner for improvement. It's a good corner for development. It's on a major thoroughfare, and I'm encouraged by this project. I believe it used to be owned by Mana Audiology. And it's a blighted property, but it has opportunities, and I welcome them to the area. Bienvenidos.
Mr. Lamson, you have a question or a comment?
Just a couple of quick things. There's an additional structure on the property. Could you at least speak to what your plans are for that? And also, just a caution, ADA compliance for entrance. It looks like you have stairs in both your Inspiration home, but will you have a rear entrance? Will you be ADA compliant? What offices will be on the second floor for use that might have clientele? Thank you.
Good question, and thanks to Nadine and Jay, we've addressed both of those. We are going to have a ramp for ADA compliance. We're going to build a sidewalk all along the line of Lewis Street, and it will connect to the side of the building. If you look on the bottom picture, there it will go in front of the house to that side entrance to the
On the site plan.
on the site plan, the Inspiration. Oh, you can see it on the site plan. I'm sorry. That's the best way to see it. We are aware of the ADA compliance. Our bathroom inside will also be ADA compliant. So that is the sidewalk, and also the garage question. We were made aware that we cannot have two driveways. Thank you. Two driveways, one next to the other with enough separation. So the truth is that that cottage, or that, I mean, that what is used to be the standalone garage, we will use it as storage. I want to preserve the residential look of the property. That is why I want to keep that. And for now, it will be a storage for my office. We have many papers to store, so boxes and all. So I think that way we preserve the look, which is what I want to do initially. And that is why we took out the driveway to the garage to comply with their requirements, and that's going to be the use. It will be painted and renovated with the same materials and finishes as the main house.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I have just a quick aside. When I went to Randolph Middle School, and my bus driver lived in that house. She was one of the Privet family, and there's Privets around town. And I'm glad that the house is being preserved, because every time I pass by it, I kind of think back to my days on riding the school bus.
I appreciate you telling us that story. I have now something to say about it, that it's human.
Any other comments or questions? Mike Foster?
Yeah, your Inspiration home picture is of a two-story home. I believe this home currently is one story, correct?
No, it's two.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I see the windows there now. I just didn't realize that was two stories.
It is two, but the way the roof is angled, it's a narrow to second floor, but there is a second floor. We're gonna expand the roof a little just to make it a little bit larger on the second floor.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like just to add a comment that I think that shared by many, I think. First of all, I'm thankful that you don't want to put a monument sign up. I agree. I think Commissioner Miller and I have had those discussions in the past that they're not overly attractive. So we like that. And I'm also very grateful that you're wanting to renovate and save that home and you put it to good use. So you're checking a lot of good boxes for me.
I am very excited because after all these years renting, I'm gonna own my own space. So it's dear to my heart, a lot of effort.
That'll be fantastic. Lori, is it still the case that no one is registered in advance to speak? Is that still the case?
That's correct. So we can check to see if the audience has any questions.
Okay. Once again, you can, as Mr. Buckley said, you can, with this public hearing, you can raise your hand in the Zoom feature or hit *9 on your phone. You getting any of those, Lori?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, we'll wait another few seconds, and if we don't have anyone.
We do. Ms. Vivian Brenner will come in just a moment.
All right.
Um,
Welcome back, Vivian. Go ahead.
You may need to unmute yourself.
Thanks for having me back. For some reason, my video doesn't want to work. That's okay. I just wanted to say that regarding what I was saying earlier about some of the architecture, this is the kind of thing that I really appreciate seeing and hearing about, and that I think that'll really enhance that corner.
Yeah.
And it will, give great character and be a really good addition to our downtown Matthews. I'm glad that that cute little house is not going to be torn down, and I'm just thrilled. So thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Any other commenters, Lori, or folks that have raised their hand?
No, Mr. Mayor, it appears that was the single.
Okay, this application will be heard by the Planning Board on September 28th and come back to the Board of Commissioners on October 11th, 2021 for final approval. So thank you very much. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
Nice
for your
meeting
time.
you.
All right, we'll move on to item B, zoning application 2021-738 Meadows at Matthews to change the conditions for that certain RBS zoning district located at 105, 109, 115, 119, 125, 129, and 133 Matthews Township Parkway, and being 7 lots known as the Meadows at Matthews, said conditions to allow a 6-foot fence in the front setback. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council. Yeah, so this is a different request than we've had before. I'm going to go ahead and bring up my presentation. As the mayor said, this is a change in zoning conditions for the community known as Meadows at Matthews. It is located, consists of 7 lots located along Matthews Min Hill Road, NC 51, near the intersection with Sardis Road. The owners are also the applicants. There are various owners, seven different owners. The existing zoning is RVS. That's not proposed to change. And the applicant request is to use the flexible design standards available in the RVS zoning district to allow for a 6-foot tall fence in their front yard setbacks, which face Matthews Min Hill Road or Highway 51. And again, this is just an aerial photograph of the 7 lots. And this is just a street view of a number, maybe 3 of the lots, 2.5, that shows an existing 6-foot fence. I'll explain why that's there in a moment, but there's also a small, less than 4-foot brick wall that borders the Meadows of Matthews. The 7 lots are all developed with single-family homes. They are unique in that the driveway access is from Sardis Road, but all of the lots front Matthews Township Parkway. Technically, their front yard is along Matthews Township Parkway. As I mentioned before, there's a brick wall that extends across 5 of the lots, but 2 of the lots at the corner do not have a wall on their property. Previous zoning actions in 2020, 3 of the owners of the Meadows received a notice of violation for having a 6-foot privacy fence in their front yard setback. They were subsequently denied variances and had worked with staff on a potential text amendment to allow 6-foot fences in the front yard setback. So their proposed site plan is pretty much what's existing. There's no proposed change in any of the single family homes. They're requesting an increase in fence height from 4 feet to 6 feet, and that is in the front yard setback. It is made under the flexible design standard provisions in the RVS zoning district. And I'll give you, this is a brief history. As I mentioned before, notice of violation was issued for 3 of the homes for having a 6-foot high fence in their front yard setback, which is not permitted. Fences are permitted, but only up to 4 feet. Those 3 owners applied for variances at the December 2020 Board of Adjustment, which the variances were denied for each lot. The 3 owners were informed that another possible solution was to pursue a text amendment and subsequently worked with staff to come up with a narrowly crafted amendment that would impact about 30 properties, including these 7. At the public hearing for the text amendment, the board brought up the possibility of applying flexible design standards. And that seemed to be a good idea and something to pursue in order to carefully tailor the applicant's request to their 7 lots. And it is permitted that fences and walls are specifically allowed to be adjusted per the flexible design standards, and the correct procedure was determined to be a zoning change of conditions. That brings us to where we are today. The applicants have submitted paperwork for a change in zoning conditions to allow 6-foot fence along Matthews Min Hill Road in the front yard setback for the 7 lots, the Matthews and Matthews. There were no staff comments or outstanding issues. And again, as I mentioned before, this is something that the board has heard various iterations of. I'm going to go back to the site plan. There we go. Various iterations, and this has come back to the board as a change in conditions. I'll stop sharing my screen, and the applicants are here, but they do not have a formal presentation, but they are available to answer questions, as am I, and they'll probably like to speak during the public comment period.
Any questions or comments from the town board or the planning board? Mr. Foster.
Rob, this would give the homes that have the 4 to 5 foot brick wall type fence to increase the height of their fence, correct? If they so chose to.
If they so chose to, that is the request.
But that would have to be either adding on to the current brick wall, tearing it down, putting something else up. This could not be in addition to what's there.
No, this would be in addition to what's there. The front wall is very close to Matthews Min Hill Road, and many of the property owners, and they can explain this themselves, but didn't want to have a fence that was that close to the road.
So if they chose to, they could build an additional 6, or let's say a 6-foot privacy fence of some sort behind the current wall.
Yes, that is their request.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, I don't believe anybody signed up in advance to speak, so we'll allow anyone in the Zoom audience to raise their hand or to dial *9 on their phone if they'd like to make a comment. And certainly any of the homeowners, if you'd like to make a comment, you can do so at this time.
Mayor, we do have two homeowners, Mr. Koenig and Mr. Roxai, are here to speak.
Okay. Mr. Koenig, you want to go first?
Yeah, definitely. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to share my appreciation to staff of Planning Department and all members of the Board of Commissioners for spending your valuable time on multiple iterations on this issue that we went over together. After failed attempts to get the zoning variance and for the 3 lots mentioned, and also going through the process of amending the UDO for the whole town, this solution that is proposed by the Planning Department does sound extremely reasonable for all of our neighbors, because it does solve the unique problems for these 7 lots and not going to affect any other properties in our town. I just want to highlight the few unique challenges that probably most of you already heard a couple times. So very quick summary. The fact that our de facto front yard serves as a backyard puts us into the position of not having backyard at all. The fact that 3 out of 7 houses were built over the last 2 years. So at the beginning, they were spaced out, just 4 of them. And then 3 additional houses were put in the vacant lots, made privacy pretty much missing, because those houses are super close. And then you have any backyard, formal or informal. To answer the question that Mr. Foster brought up, that yes, there might be some fences in behind the wall, but already we have vegetation planted. On my property, I have a row of green giants that are not that giant at this point, but they are already around 8 to 10 feet high. And if we wait just for a couple of years, pretty much no one gonna know that we have those fences, but they will improve our quality of life as a homeowners on all of those properties. So we would really appreciate you considering this request, and if possible, we would accept any reasonable formal requirements for vegetation, and we'll make sure that we maintain it. We don't have HOA, but we are very friendly group of neighbors, and we definitely can come up with a plan to maintain all of that so it does look great to the rest of the town. That's it on my end, but I'm happy to answer any specifics if you have for the lots themselves, since I'm right here.
I'm not seeing any questions. Mr. Barazkai, would you like to, you have a comment?
You'll need to unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me again now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for giving us an opportunity to talk. And also, it's been a long journey to get to this stage. And I'm just saying exactly what my neighbor Oleg has said. And I don't want to take too much time. Just want to thank the planning staff, JCAM, Rob Wells, and other people who work in the planning. Plus, I like to thank the members of the planning board and also the commissioners and you as well, Mr. Mayor, for your support and guidance to come to this kind of conclusion. Without being in our situation, you do not know how much it means to us. It means a lot. So if since we are almost about to resolve it, I'm very happy and I'm very grateful and thankful. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, do we have anybody else that would like to make a comment that is called in or indicated on Zoom?
We do not, Mr. Mayor.
I'd just like to make a comment. I think these 7 lots are very unique in Matthews, and the front yards really serve as a backyard for all intents and purposes. And so I support this. I think it makes sense for these 7 lots, but we'll see what the planning board has to say. They will review this at their September 28th meeting, and it'll come back to us on October 11th. So thank you, Rob.
I support, Mayor, if I can, I support this as well. And I think it's a good mediation to solve a unique problem that doesn't impact a lot of other properties, but I support it wholeheartedly. Thank you,
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you.
Any other comments before we move on? All right, we'll move on to item C, 9C, 8C. Zoning application 2021-739 text amendment to change the text of the existing UDO to clarify the definition of a columbarium as a wall and not a structure, submitted by Matthews Presbyterian Church. Darren Hallman, you going to review this one for us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Give me 1 second.
Mayor, can I speak before Darren starts?
Sure.
I just wanted to interject before we start on this process that the church worked with my dad. He volunteered to help them through this process, but his role was purely voluntary. And so I just wanted to put that out there before we start talking about it.
Thank you.
I don't believe that impacts your ability to vote on this. Mr. Buckley, would you like to weigh in?
That does not appear to be a conflict.
Right. His was voluntary. I'm not a staff member for him, so there's no monetary interest on my part.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that, though. We appreciate it.
Sure.
Now we'll move on to Darren.
Okay, so this is zoning application 2021-739. It is to amend the Calabaria text amendment, or for Calabaria text amendment. So originally, Matthews Presbyterian Church, they were looking at installing a walled memorial garden. This was going to be a garden type area with walled structures on the inside to kind of make it a little courtyard. However, one of the things that they ran into were the walls that they were using were actually going to include vaults. And because of that, since they would be housing funerary urns, it kicks it over into the definition of a columbarium. And because of that, it would have to, or because it is a columbarium, it would need to meet all of the setbacks, including the front setbacks, side street setbacks. We do have some regulations or prescribed conditions for columbarium where there's an additional 40-foot setback. And then right now in our UDO, we do not have a definition of columbarium, and we do not have a definition of open walled columbarium. By default, we go to the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Columbarium is a structure of vaults lined with recesses for cinerary urns. And then there is no definition of open wall columbarium in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. So the text that was provided by Matthews Presbyterian Church, it is two-part. The first part does clarify the definition of open wall columbarium. Show this in a second, but it does provide the definition as shall mean an open aired wall lined with vaults or niches or funerary urns that has a height greater than 8 feet. Open wall columbarium less than the height standard of this definition shall be treated as a wall. So in that case, Any columbarium on any property in Matthews would be treated as a wall if it were 8 feet tall or less. So generally with non-residential property, we do not have any type of regulations for walls unless they are use specific in our prescribed conditions. And then, however, our residential standards would still apply to these. So for instance, the 4-foot setback in the front, that would still apply in the residential districts. Part 2 goes over the prescribed conditions for cemeteries, mausoleums, columbarium, and crematorium. Right now, there is a 40-foot setback for tombstones, monuments, and open wall columbarium from any street right away. This would remove columbarium from that, or it would exempt columbarium from that 40-foot setback. Staff is recommending that the second part of this text amendment be removed. It's our opinion that the second part would be a bit of an overkill. So with the first, or I'll just scroll down to the text real quick. So with the first part, by adding in that exemption for anything or 8 feet or greater, that's the only thing that would meet the definition of an open wall columbarium. By removing columbarium from part 2, this would actually apply to anything that was less than 8 feet or greater than 8 feet. So in effect, this would include all columbarium, not just the shorter ones or smaller ones. That concludes the presentation from staff. I believe the applicant, John Purdy, is available for any to make a statement as well.
Okay, Mr. Purdy, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm trying to get. Can you see us now?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Garner and Mr.
Yes,
Purdy.
Mr. Garner's to my left. A little background to share. In spring of '99, spring of 2019, our church created a task force to study our property usage. At the same time, we had a prospective donor who inquired about a columbarium. We did an extensive study, determined our facilities were adequate at the time, so we have focused our efforts on a columbarium. We studied the columbarium in the area and worked with columbarium designers, landscape architects. We've made a decision that we want to utilize the corner of West John and South Fremont Street. We want to be able to design a columbarium that will blend in with our existing structures, which date back to the 1940s. As Darren mentioned, we did become aware of the setback issues, which are rather onerous, being 50 feet from all sides. But our design concepts included niches as part of the wall. And as Darren said, this caused the columbarium to lose their status as a fence or wall when there is really not a fundamental difference. I think the text amendment addresses these items which aren't covered by the UDO. They define an open wall columbarium and that smaller structures should be treated like a wall or fence. An open wall columbarium is really only a wall with niches for the urns. We're not talking about a massive structure that most people think when they think columbarium. It's a much smaller scale. I think that our design would probably end up being in the 6 to 7 foot area as opposed to the 8. It was mentioned earlier, the RICD is not definitive on the use of fences and wall. This would clarify that. And we think with Matthews in transition to a more urban place, more intense use of land is both necessary and desirable. What we propose or will be proposing is that we will have an open walled courtyard, which will be visible from John Street, pedestrians, and will be a focal point. It would include niches that would open to the inside of the garden. There would be additional landscaping. The outside walls would also be landscaping. We see that this would be a place of peace for meditation and remembrance, and as well as maintaining the historic image of the property and the intensity for its use. Mr. Garner will now conclude our comments.
I would like to summarize by saying that we want to be part of downtown Matthews. We want to preserve our historic image of our church, and this is one way to do it. The problem we have is we have a limited buildable area, and this would allow us to use some of our setback space in a positive way that would enhance our image and make an attractive focal point, particularly for people who are walking by, who would be able from the sidewalk to look down into the columbarium, the courtyard, a planted courtyard. We would like to have a feature, possibly a fountain or a tree, and it would be a nice open courtyard. The zoning classification for RICD is not definitive on the use of fences and walls, and this would clarify that. This amendment would also define open wall columbarium. Open wall columbarium are courtyards with walls with niches to hold the urns, no roof, and it would be not be considered a structure. We think it would be a positive thing, not only for us, but for any other future users in Matthews who would be seeking the same thing.
Thank you, gentlemen. Darren, do we have any other of these structures in Matthews?
Not the open wall columbarium. I believe I looked around. There may be another church. I think there was another church somewhere that they had a smaller columbarium. I think it was freestanding on a pole. I don't remember, or I can't recall where that was though. I do know my grandparents' church. It's in another town, but they have one, something like that.
I'll be real honest with you. I had to look up columbarium because I didn't know what it was.
Darren, if I may speak to that, I'm not aware of another open wall, but Matthews United Methodist recently completed a columbarium. Theirs is sort of different. They've got an outside wall and stacks of niches inside their walls. So we're sort of taking two different approaches, primarily based on the space we had available and how to best use some space is how we came up with this proposal that we hope to be able to use.
Again, I don't think we had anybody signed up to speak in advance. Lori, do we have anybody, or does anybody on the board or the planning board like to ask any questions or have comments? Ms. Garner.
I have a question for planning staff. I'm not sure I know what the size of a columbarium would be, but what differentiates this open walled garden from the walled in courtyard that looks like it's about 15 or 16 feet off of Charles Street at the old Methodist sanctuary.
Right. So the real difference between like any typical wall that you would see around town and what they're proposing is really just the vault itself for the cremated remains. That would be the only difference between the two structures. As John was kind of saying earlier, there are columbariums that do come in a variety of, I guess, flavors. Some are smaller walls. Some could be as large as like 15, 20 feet tall. Some are actually housed like structures. So you walk into it and everything's internal. Some are exterior. And so what this definition really seeks to do is just kind of calling out those smaller structures and giving those smaller structures an exemption.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Mayor. Would any of the urns be visible from the outside?
No, sir. There would be a plaque that would be on the inside of the wall that would give identification to the remains, but that would not be visible on the exterior walls. Now,
thank you. And if I may vote, I would lean towards a fountain or the sound of running water of some form, probably because of 9/11, where they have the water rushing down, and it's a very pensive area. Thank you.
we agree. Some of the columbariums that we visited in the area had fountains, and our task force liked the sound and the ambience that the water feature definitely created.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the elected officials or the planning board?
Mr. Dorsey.
Yeah, so I just as information, Cross and Crown Lutheran Church, just west of Sardis and 51, does have a columbarium, which is a wall. It's a little bit, it's further removed from 51, but it's a wall with niches in it with cracks on it.
Thank you, Tom. All right, Lori, do we have anyone else that cares to make a comment that's watching this meeting?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, well, I appreciate your presentation. This application will be heard by the planning board during their September 28th meeting and come back to us on October 11th for final decision. So, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. All right, I'll entertain a motion to reconvene our regular meeting.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Do we have a second? Commissioner Whitley seconded. Like a roll call vote. Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Mr. Bland?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to item number 10, planning and development business. Receive a report from the planning board from the planning board chair, Mike Foster. Mr. Foster, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Board of Commissioners. I have the planning board report from our meeting of August 24th, 2021. Tonight, we have 7 items for your consideration and vote. Item number 1, rezoning application 2021-730, Williams Road subdivision to change the zoning classification from R15 to RVS. Members of the planning board received updates on stormwater management, elevation, and current site plans that showed a decrease in density from 13 detached single-family homes to 10 detached single-family units. Planning board members unanimously recommend approval. In the application, the request was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it would provide a variety of housing styles, densities and locations, and encourage design and construction of alternative style housing and infill development. The zoning request was found to be reasonable because it provided for a land use adjacent to single family zoning. Item number 2, public improvement variance for zoning action 2021-730, Williams Road subdivision. Request to exceed the 400-foot street length in RVS zoning district and requests an exemption of sidewalk on the northern side of the site. Planning board reviewed the request to exceed the maximum 400-foot street length in an RVS district and to allow the exemption of the sidewalk on the side of the site that held the restrictive covenants. Members voted unanimously to recommend both requests for approval pending the condition that the applicant work with Town of Matthews Public Works on a traffic calming design. Item number 3, zoning application 2021-732, Inner Peaks, to change the zoning classification from B1 SCD to B3 CD. The applicant presented updated elevations and site plans to the planning board. Members recommended the zoning request for approval as most currently amended. The zoning request was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it was a creative use of the interior subdivision of a big box building. And the request was found to be reasonable in that it would change a legal nonconformity to a conforming use. Item number 4, text amendment application 2021-736, Oak Lore Distilling, to amend the existing text amendment to the UDO to allow distilling as a permitted use within prescribed conditions in the B1 zoning district, to limit the gross floor area to less than 3,000 square feet, and to allow distilling within 50 feet of any dwelling unit in existence at the time the building permit is issued. Members reviewed and discussed the request to add alcohol distilling as a prescribed condition in the B1 zoning district and the request to reduce separation distance from any dwelling unit from 500 to a distance of 500 feet to a distance of 50 feet. The applicant reviewed the updating landscaping requirement recommendations and then the recommendations to add distillery to the list of uses that would comply with the town's noise control ordinance. Planning board recommended to allow distilling and manufacturing of alcohol and alcoholic beverages as a permitted use with the prescribed conditions in the B1 zoning district and reduce the minimum separation from any dwelling unit from 500 feet to 50 feet for approval. The request was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it allowed for an increase in uses for the B1 zoning district. The request was found to be reasonable in that it would add distilleries under 3,000 square feet in gross floor area with prescribed conditions to the B1 zoning district. Members also recommend that staff revisit microbrewery, brew pub, and micro distillery definitions and consistency throughout the United Development Ordinance. Planning board had a great deal of discussion on this aspect, and you can find all the details of that discussion in our minutes from the meeting. Item number 5, zoning application 2021-735, Oak Lore Distilling, to change the conditions in the existing B1 CD. Several of the members of the planning board voiced concerns over the location, the parking, and the safety of the egress and ingress to the site from Monroe Road. There was a failed motion to recommend approval and another motion to recommend disapproval that passed 4 members to 3. It was found that the change in zoning conditions was inconsistent with the land use plan and that the location was too small to support higher density uses. The change in the zoning conditions was found not to be reasonable as it would create the potential for an increase in traffic in the area. Item number 6, text amendment motion 2021-2, and I think there's a couple of numbers missing there, to amend the existing UDO text to bring it in compliance with the new general statute 160D. Staff reviewed the text amendment with the planning board to request to bring the Matthews United Development Ordinance into compliance with general statute 160D per state mandate. Planning Board unanimously recommended motion 2021-2 for approval. And last, item number 7, 1-year waiver request to waive the 1-year waiting period for property between East John Street and Tanktown Road, tax parcel numbers 215-042-12 and 215-042-19. The applicant explained to the planning board that since the April 12, 2021 denial, True Homes has made significant changes that including reducing the density of the project by 20% and partnering with another developer for a complete mixed-use site development. Members reviewed the proposed site layout and unanimously recommended a waiver to the 1-year waiting period, as there were substantial changes to the site plan with additional mixed use and spreading out of the townhome units. The townhome units will be fewer in number and be in a different location from originally asked for in the earlier application. Members supported the opportunity to bring affordable housing to the town of Matthews because the affordable housing piece of the application remains in effect. And last item for information only, an administrative amendment for Style Studio, request to allow placement of a sign in a conditional district. The administrative amendment for signage at Style Studio, Windsor Square, was unanimously approved by the planning board. The zoning request was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it provides and promotes non-residential destination-based land uses along US 74. And the request was found to be reasonable in that the request did not significantly impact the intent of the original zoning. And I was a little surprised, but not a problem, that probably 3 or 4 days after our decision, that sign was up. Are there any questions about anything that we covered?
Any questions? A couple of you have your cameras off that are elected officials, if you could turn those on. I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you, Mike. Good report. Sounds like you guys had a pretty full meeting there.
Yes, we did.
All right, let's dive right in then to item number 1, motion 2021-1, text amendment to the UDO to allow a 6-foot fence in the front yard setback along major thoroughfares with proper setbacks and vegetative screening. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Board of Commissioners. As you recall, this is related to the public hearing that we just heard this evening. Had to do with it's related to the Meadows of Matthews. And staff was directed by the board to look at the possibility to allow fences higher than 4 feet along major roadway corridors to give residents some relief from traffic noise and an increase in privacy. At this time, staff is recommending deferral of this motion to at least until the October 11th meeting, so we can continue working with the applicants of the Matthews and Meadows through the planning board and through the board decision process.
Rob, I've got a question. Have we had any requests other than the Meadows for a 6-foot fence on a major thoroughfare?
No, sir, we have not.
So would this motion address other properties? Is that what we're talking about?
It does, yes, sir. It would, I think I counted about 30 properties that this text amendment would impact along Matthews Min Hill Road, including the Meadows.
I guess my question is, are we trying to fix something that's not broken? If nobody's requested to,
yeah,
maybe we just let this one drop. I don't know. What's the will of the board?
Yeah.
Mayor, the idea is to leave it in play until we get through the conditional zoning that you did in the public hearing. That's the, but you're right. I think we're on our path to a solution.
So do we have a motion to defer to our October 11th meeting?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner McCool. I'm not sure who seconded. Commissioner Bland. Take a roll call vote for deferral on motion 2021-1. Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller, Commissioner Miller. is
Jeff,
stepped
you're
out.
on mute.
I pushed the wrong button. Sorry. Yes.
I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. We'll take that up on October 11th. We'll move on to item 2, public improvement variance, Williams Road subdivision. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this is a public improvement variance for in order to extend the length of a cul-de-sac past the required limit in the UDO, and also only place sidewalks on one side of a street that is proposed for rezoning that we'll be hearing next. Planning, Public Works, Fire, and EMS have all reviewed this request and recommend approval of the public improvement variances with the condition that the speed hump that is located on the site plan, which I will bring up here shortly, be replaced with some other design, such as a choker or something else that may limit speeding down this 600-foot cul-de-sac. Again, the planning board voted unanimously to recommend both requests, pending the condition that the applicant work with Public Works on a traffic calming design. At this time, staff recommends approval of the public improvement variances with the condition that the traffic calming design, if determined to be necessary, be approved by the Public Works Department. We have the applicants here this evening. And let me bring up the site plan real quick to show you what we're talking about. Okay, so the cul-de-sac here is approximately 620 feet long. In the UDO, it's limited in this zoning district to be 400 feet. Again, there's sidewalk on the southern portion of the street, but not the northern portion. There is, however, a meandering walkway through some of the tree save areas on the northern portion of the development. Happy to answer any questions. Again, the applicant and his an engineer are here this evening as well.
Do you have any questions or comments or motions?
Mayor, we would need consent of the applicant for that change in the speed hump.
All right, Mr. Monday, do you agree to the change?
I do agree, yeah. We'll looking forward to continuing the conversation with Rob, and I don't think it really affects us either way in terms of cost or time. So whatever the town of Matthews thinks best, we're willing to implement.
What is a choker, Will? Is that someone that runs out and chokes people that speed?
Yeah, it's It's actually someone who sits on the side of the street and throws things at you if you're speeding too quickly.
Okay. Mr. Cool.
I'll make a motion that we approve the public improvement variances with the condition that the traffic calming design, if determined to be necessary, be approved by the Public Works.
We have a second.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner McCool, a second by Commissioner Miller. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes, sir.
I vote yes, that passes unanimously. We'll go on to item 3, zoning application 2021-730 Williams Road subdivision to change the zoning classification from R15 to RVS on that certain property designated as 2914 Williams Road and further being designated as tax parcel 193-441-69. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, we went through, I think, a couple public hearings with this one, and they have adjusted the site plan. It is nothing new that you all haven't seen before from the second public hearing, but it was reduced from 13 units to 10 units. Landscape buffer was included adjacent to the existing neighborhood to the south, and they have provided some revised elevations. The planning
You call the
board.
site plan back up again? Ron?
Yeah, I sure can. There we go. So the buffer is down in this area. Again, that's 2 homes at the end instead of 3, 10 total. At the regular meeting in August, the planning board unanimously recommended approval of the zoning application. I do have site elevations that I can bring up that are a part of the conditional zoning request. At this time, we recommend approval of the zoning application with the condition that that we work with the county to approve the post-construction ordinance plan, which is in progress right now.
And Rob, that would address, I remember that this one had a lot of concerns by the adjacent neighbors about flooding. That would address all those issues?
Yes, sir. That is the intent of the post-construction review.
And that essentially says that it can't be in any worse condition than it is now before construction, correct?
Yes, sir.
Mayor, this is Hazen. Just to clarify that there's is it 25-year flood event? I mean, there's some kind of design standard criteria. Jay, do you know what it is?
Mr. Rossi, you have a comment?
Yeah, absolutely. So the pond itself, so you have to control the flows up to the 25-year event, but also retain the 50-year within the pond. So anything higher than the 50-year would be basically spilling through the spillway and going over a designed overflow. But essentially you're controlling that 25-year post to pre, and then the 50-year is allowed to go over the pre-developed, but it's in a controlled manner.
Mr. Mundy, how wide is your buffer in the back? Can you remind me of those?
Sorry, which buffer is that?
The ones behind the separate the backs of your homes and the backs of the adjacent neighbors, the buffer that you put in there, how wide is that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know the RVS code does have it specified. Brian, do you know off the top of your head what that is?
I think it's labeled in there. It's either 10 or 15.
Let me see if I can.
Rob, if you can zoom in.
Jay or Rob, do you guys know?
Hold on, if you sorry, I can give you a rough estimate. I've got
it's 15. There's a 30-foot rear there. It's 15.
Yeah, 30-foot
difference.
15-foot buffer.
All right. And our floor plans that we've chosen are 2 stories, so the the base is able to be smaller because we go up instead of just out, and so they'll be well within the setback. They won't go all the way up to it, as you can kind of see drawn here. And I think they'll be even smaller than the drawing.
Can you discuss that buffer a little more? Just, I remember the neighbors were very upset that they were concerned that there was initially no buffer.
Yeah.
And now there's what are your plantings intended there? And
yeah, thanks for bringing that up. So we have added, you'll see behind lots 9 and 10, an additional tree canopy area. So that back corner will remain undeveloped. That'll be like a natural privacy buffer. I think it'll give a good aesthetic as well. And then you can see to the right of lot 9, we have a large tree canopy area there, which will be a buffer. We're going to plant back, so along lots 1 through 8, on the right-hand side. We'll plant back there to create some buffer, but to get our grading right to help with the flooding issues, we're going to have to initially clear that just so we can sculpt the land in a way that'll bring water away from the current residents and to a proper channel, and then we can plant back after that with some of the trees and shrubs that are approved by Matthews. And I know there's a document for that. So that's the plan right now. And then if I could real briefly highlight some of the other changes we made, you'll see on the side of lot 1, we've made it wider so it's not right up against Williams Road. And Commissioner Urban, I know he's not present, but he recommended that we put our most attractive floor plan right there. So it's the one that's going to be seen most often. So we've tried to do that. And then, yeah, it's a real quick summary of what we're doing there. I don't know if you have any other questions.
The question I have is, can you commit to behind lots 1 through 8 to planting a little bit larger caliper trees? I mean, I'm concerned that you're going to cut all the trees down and go put saplings in. It could be 10 years before the neighbors have any relief. Can you put like 2 or 3 inch caliper trees back there, large ones?
Definitely. Yeah.
You'll commit to that?
Yes. I'm making a note.
Commissioner Miller?
I'll make a motion that we approve zoning app 2020-730, change in zoning from R15 to RVS with the condition that the county approve the PCO plan and that Mr. Mundy approves the request to plant larger caliper trees between lots 1 and 9 and the adjacent development.
I approve.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
A motion from Commissioner Miller, a second from Commissioner Whitley. Do we have any further discussion before I call for the vote? Okay, Commissioner Bland, how do you vote, sir?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Plant some nice trees, Mr. Mundy.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 10.4. How about that? Motion 2021-2 text to amend the existing UDO text to bring it into compliance with the new general statute 160D, including technical text amendments regarding statutory references and definitions, adding a new section for development agreements and change in vested rights for multi-phase developments of 25 acres or greater and technical requirements for amendments to the zoning map and to the land use plan. Mr. Camp.
Yeah, so what just transpired was a great example of one thing that Chapter 160D addresses. So when zonings are approved, any of those last minute commitments that are made by the applicant and some of the last minute conversations, the applicants now are required to sign off on a formal document after the zoning that they acknowledge to what they agreed to. So that never existed until Chapter 160D was updated. Regarding the text amendment, there have been no changes since the public hearing. As you heard from Chairman Foster earlier, we had a unanimous recommendation from the planning board, and I have the consistency and reasonable statements ready to pull up, and we'll happy to entertain any questions if you have any.
Have any questions? Do we have anybody that would like to make a motion when Jay pulls up his reasonableness?
It's hard after 8 o'clock. It's hard to say.
It was hard to read this text amendment.
Do I have to do it on the last one?
No, I was just using that as an example of something that's just in the chapter in general. It's just it's a process we have to
go
do.
back and amend that prior motion or make a second motion as to item regarding the approval of 2021-730 to include reasonable and consistent.
Let me do that right now because I just caught it.
Yeah,
Motion to approve zoning app 2020-730 change in zoning from R15 to RVS with the condition that the county approve the PCO plan and that Mr. Mundy approves the larger caliper trees between lots 1 and 9 because it is consistent in that the rezoning with the land use plan is parallel and it will provide a variety of housing styles, densities, and locations and encourage design and construction of alternative style housing and infill development. And it's reasonable in that the rezoning will provide for a land use adjacent to single family housing.
I second that again.
All right, we'll call for the roll call vote again. Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes again
Thank you.
with the reasonable and consistent statements. Now we'll move on to the last one there. Jeff, you're doing so well. You want to take a stab at this one as well?
Let me find it.
Bring it up a little bit, Jay.
There's the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve 2021. There's two. Approval has been found to be consistent with the Matthews land planning as follows: consistent with the changes, the text of UDO is consistent of land use planning as it ensured that the developer codes accurately reflect statutory requirements that govern zoning in Matthews were reasonable. And it changed that reasonable and primarily reflect mandatory change to the codes determined the chapter 1609 in North Carolina General Statute.
I believe that's 160D. Is that correct, Jay?
Correct.
Okay. We have a motion from Commissioner Whitley. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner, an enthusiastic second from Commissioner McCool. Call for roll call vote. Commissioner Bland, Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Yes, passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. We'll move on to next one, the fifth one, zoning application 2021-732 Inner Peaks. To change the zoning classification from B1SCD to B3CD on that certain property designated as 10715 Independence Point Parkway and further being designated as tax parcel 193-293-03 to allow indoor recreational use. Well, it seems like we've talked about this one a whole lot.
Yeah.
Yes, we have. But we're on the home stretch, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Yes, so this is a zoning change of Inner Peaks from B1SCD to B3CD. The planning board unanimously recommended approval of the zoning application at their last meeting. I have an elevation and a site plan that I will go ahead and share with everyone now. So there was some question about what this building might look like. So and there are some prescribed conditions. Maximum building height up to 50% of the building may be built to a maximum height in the B3 district. So this is the shaded area where they're indicating they're interested in expanding the size of the structure. Now, with their current zoning, they cannot do that. Again, staff at this time recommends approval of the zoning application from B1SCD to B3CD. And I do have a reasonable and consistency statement for this one as well.
Yeah.
That we, so I apologize for getting to show that one to the last one. So we're good to go now.
Yeah, we've talked about this quite a bit. Unless there's any questions, would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion
Thank you. Mayor
that
Pro
we
Tem.
that we approve zoning application 2020-732 because for approval because it is found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan, because it is creative reuse and interior subdivision of a big box building, and it is reasonable in that it will change a legal nonconformity to a conforming use.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garner. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Have a second by Commissioner Whitley. There's no further discussion. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes unanimously. This is excited that we're going to have this upgraded facility in Matthews, and I think a lot of people will really enjoy it. So,
Yeah.
thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Number 6, consider a request to waive the 1-year moratorium for rezoning action at 1205 East John Street. Mr. Camp.
All right, thank you. Let me share a screen here, and I will briefly go over what was in your agenda package. And then we do have representatives from True Homes here that want to kind of explain what is going on from their perspective. Of course, back in April, we had a denial of the True Homes townhome project along the future Greylock Ridge Road. Now, True Homes is partnering and working with Lat Purser and Associates, which owns a 50 or so acre parcel at the corner of John Street and 485, formerly known as Wingate Commons. That's a zoning that's been in place since, I believe, late 2008 or early 2009. As a result, there's been a change in the layout of where these townhomes would be occupied. So it appears that True Homes would be purchasing some land currently held by Lat Purser. So really there could be some land swaps involved is what I'm getting at. Lat Purser had filed for a change of conditions on their zoning last month. However, they were working through some traffic study issues, waiting for some information from DOT to come in, and also needed to deal with this waiver issue that was out there. I have included the language here. You may have, if you've reviewed the memos already, you'll see that the board can grant a waiver. Otherwise, effective denial means that a new application cannot come in before that exactly 1 year has passed. So it would be April of 22 before we could accept a new application to consider for a rezoning. Real briefly, the illustration that I put together just to demonstrate the changes that were apparent to us and what we have had presented. I know these are kind of small. On the left in black and white, you see here the proposal that was denied and townhomes fronting both sides of future Greylock Ridge. Here on a probably already out of date site plan from Lat Purser that we received last month shows the concept of several pods on the property where there would be some multifamily, some mixed use or commercial, and then the area in, I guess that's kind of a brown color, that would be the True Homes project. Sort of the only, I guess, wild card in this is what the ultimate site plan that we receive looks like. So if the waiver were to be granted this evening, Lat Purser plans to submit a zoning later this year, probably November, December. I believe this waiver should be conditioned on a plan that's substantially similar to this coming in, and it obviously couldn't be the same plan as was denied. So that's sort of the only unusual aspect of this is the waiver is usually granted and then the zoning's accepted the same evening. But I'm happy to take any questions at this time. And of course, we've got several reps from True Homes here to answer any questions you may have.
So I understand the density is substantially less.
So I provided the numbers at the beginning of the proposal. So probably similar. You will note that there is some commercial also shown on part of the frontage on Greylock Ridge that did not exist previously. So it is a different project, but the primary use is still townhomes.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Jay, do I understand it correctly that they used to be on both sides of the future Greylock Ridge, and now they have a sliver on the north side and Pod B? Is that accurate? So they're getting more land?
Correct. So you can see that instead of just being the 7 acres along Greylock here on the left, now they have a total of approximately 11 acres. And here at the corner of John Street and Greylock Ridge, you had townhomes in this previous plan. Actually, I'm sorry, further down here, this is the corner at John Street and Greylock. Townhomes started kind of a block back. This street intersection here correlates here. So there is a little bit more commercial. It goes a little bit further back, and then you have the transition to townhomes. So there are some differences in the site, and we're not looking at it in isolation. There were some go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. With the increase in townhome opportunities, one of the carrots that was teased to us was attainable housing. Is there going to be attainable housing in this particular project, or do we not know yet because they have a higher volume and a more of a land mass?
Yeah, I cannot speak to that. I have to defer to the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Can respond to that if you'd like. Sorry. Didn't realize I had my mic and video off.
Sure. Go ahead.
Keith Ben, True Homes. Yes, so the land swap obviously is with the Purser team. And it's mostly for strategic kind of use of the land. And we are increasing some land mass there. As a result of that, we're adding a couple more townhomes. The densities are relatively similar. However, it does drop down a bit. And to answer your question specifically, yes, we will still offer the affordable housing component. That is still part of the plan.
Thank
but
you.
again, just to clarify though, I just want to remind everyone, at this point, the only request we're asking for is just the waiver of the 1 year. We still have to go before you for our plan on the rezoning.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
I'm confused. I thought that the planning board said there was a 20% less density, and I'm seeing, and maybe my math is wrong, but the original plan was 0.097 units per acre, and the current one this before us today is 0.096.
Yeah, like I said, I provided the acreage. I did not break down. I did not get the calculator out and break it down.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's what drove my comment, Mayor Pro Tem Garner, was I thought the planning board said it.
and so I'm curious what drove their understanding of was less density.
I don't know if Mr. Foster is still on the call or not. I cannot recall that. It was a long meeting. I can't recall that conversation.
Yeah, Jay, I'm still here. I don't remember specifically either. However, that must have been what we were told during our session with the applicant. It's the only way we would have come up with it. But we certainly want to hear from the applicant on that.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I don't recall that reference, to be honest. I have to look at my notes on that. But the math is pretty simple as far as the number of units over the acreage for each option. The first option, which was 7.3 acres and 75 units, and the second option, which is 120 at 11.52 acres.
And then if I can add regarding just density in general, one of the reasons that staff encouraged the developers, so there's 3 different primary developers that are involved in this potential rezoning. So we really encourage them to bring this in as one unified rezoning application. We felt that there would be a lot of confusion if different developers were submitting this piecemeal, and developments generally work out better if they're planned in unison. So what will ultimately come in could end up being 400 units, but it may be spread over 50 to 60 acres. So your residential density may end up significantly lower, but then there's also going to be potential commercial and office space. So it's an entirely different project to evaluate now because it's now mixed use, there's more land involved, and so on and so forth. So just wanted to clarify that.
Hey, how often have we done this? Waive the wind. I don't know that I can never remember doing it since I've been an elected official.
We've done it several times.
Been a while.
I know that we did for there's now a discount tire over by Chick-fil-A on 74. There was a failed zoning for an ABC store there. And maybe the site next to Butler High School, the Harkey property, I'm thinking that may have also had a waiver. I know we've done a few. We do these from time to time. They're not entirely unusual.
All right. Do we have any other questions or comments before I call the question? Commissioner Whitley?
No, I was gonna make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that we approve request to waive a 1-year waiting period for previous density zoning. Parcel 215042219 and 215042212.
Second.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Whitley, a second from Commissioner Miller. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
No.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes 5-1 with Mr. McCool voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Finn. We'll move on to item number 7, zoning application 2021-736, text to amend the existing text to the UDO to allow distilling as a permitted use within prescribed conditions of the B1 zoning district. Limit the gross floor area to less than 3,000 square feet to allow distilling within 50 feet from any dwelling unit in existence at the time the building permit is issued. Mr. Will, you're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this is the beginning of our foray into distilleries for the evening. The applicant is Oak Distilling Company. They are requesting a text amendment to allow distilling of alcoholic beverages in the B1 zoning district. Right now, it's only allowed in I1 and I2. And also a reduction in the distance from a existing residential property from 500 feet to 50 feet. At their August meeting, the planning board recommended approval. However, there was a lot of discussion about brew pubs, microbreweries, micro distilleries, things like that. Additionally, the planning board recommended that staff revisits microbrewery, brew pub, and micro distillery definitions for consistency throughout the Unified Development Ordinance. Staff concurs that a more comprehensive look at the way brew pubs and microbreweries and distilleries are addressed in the UDO takes a little bit more research and a closer look. However, we do not have any concerns over the proposed text amendment. It just is could use a little bit more work and research, but again, this was not a staff initiated text amendment. I do want to show a map of the B1 zoning districts because that was something that was requested at the public hearing. So all of the purple properties are zoned B1, just straight B1. All of the green properties are conditional zone B1. So anything, if we approve this change tonight, distillery under 3,000 square feet could go into one of the purple properties if it's less than, if it's more than 50 feet away from a residential property. The yellow properties would, the green properties would require coming back to this board for approval of the zoning change in conditions. We recommend at this time approval of the application of the UDO text amendment to allow distilling in the B1 zoning district and to reduce the minimum separation from any dwelling unit from 500 feet to 50 feet. And again, if it is the board's prerogative, staff does not mind taking a closer look at this sort of land use in a more comprehensive fashion and integrating some better definitions in the UDO.
I think that's a good idea, but it's really separate from this text amendment, right? As you said.
Yes, sir. We debated about whether or not to bring sort of an alternative text amendment to you, but it with what was advertised during the public hearing, it just seems like a better idea for us to go back and take a second look.
Okay. Do you have any questions, comments, or motions from any of the commissioners?
Got Jeff's hands up.
Sorry, go ahead and see there, Jeff. Commissioner Miller.
It's all right. Thank you. I'll make the motion that we approve zoning app 2020-736 UDO text amendment to allow distilling or manufacturing of alcohol and alcoholic beverages as a permitted use with prescribed conditions in the B1 zoning district and reduce the minimum separation between the adjacent dwelling unit from 500 to 50 feet, and that it is consistent in that the text amendment is consistent with the land use plan because it allows for an increase in uses in the B1 zoning district, and that the text amendment is reasonable because it will add distilleries under 3,000 square feet in gross floor area with prescribed conditions to the B1 zoning district.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Garner. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley.
No.
Commissioner Miller.
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that passes 5-1 with Commissioner Whitley in opposition. We'll move on to the next related zoning item, zoning application 2021-735, Oaklore Distilling to change the conditions in the existing B1 CD district located at 11136 Monroe Road and further designated as tax parcel 213-01205, seeking to add distilling as a permitted use under the existing conditions. Mr. Will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, this is Oaklore Distillery is requesting to add distillery of less than 3,000 square feet, 3,000 gross square feet as a permitted use in B1 CD zoning district at 11136 Monroe Road. We had a lot of conversation in the planning board level of this item, and many of the planning board members had concerns over the location, parking, and safety of the ingress and egress from Monroe Road. So as Mr. Foster had mentioned in his report, there was a failed motion to approve, and the planning board did recommend denial of this change in conditions request. I have The applicant's here to answer any questions, but at this time, staff recommends approval of the application, excuse me, with the proposed conditions that have been presented by the applicant. And I'll be happy to take any questions that the board may have at this time.
Rob, the business that is there or was there previously, a landscape company, is that correct? Or who
Yeah,
was-
in the very, it was designed as a landscape company, but right now it is a construction company office. Camps Construction.
Has there been any issues with traffic or that you're aware of? I guess we probably need to ask that to Chief Pennington, but.
Yeah, sorry, that's not my wheelhouse.
Hey, we have any questions, comments for either Will or the applicants? Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Can we see the site map to show what the proposed parking lot? I'm assuming the parking lot would stay the same. In, you know, how many spots are there? It doesn't provide for a lot of coming and going.
True. Let me zoom in a little bit for us.
And then for the applicants, there is a bus stop beside the sidewalk on 51. I hope that you would consider improving that bus stop, because it is maybe one of the least attractive bus stops we have in Matthews.
So yeah, so I have the site plan pulled up. There's, I think, a total of 10 spaces, including accessible van handicap parking. And those are all to remain. Again, it is one of the conditions of their rezoning is that they will only be allowed to have outdoor or inside tasting areas that, you know, will based on the number of parking spaces that are currently on the site plan.
Okay, thank you. I feel like that's important to note.
Any other questions or comments before I call for the vote?
This is Nick Tosco with the applicant. I'm representing the applicant. May I say a few things?
Absolutely.
Okay, I'll be brief. I know that you all it's towards the end of the night and you don't want to hear a bunch of people talking about things that you all already have discussed, but I did just want to say that I have with me from Oak Lore, Matt Simpkins here, and he can answer some questions about Oak Lore specifically, but I am the attorney at Pointer Spruill representing Mr. Simpkins and Oak Lore. And I just wanted to, on the parking front, just say that we did, after hearing from the town staff and the public, add a proposed condition that creates a parking formula for this site. And I think it's important for the commissioners to know that if there is an increase in the retail or the tasting area of this proposed micro distillery, that then the parking ratio would create more of a parking requirement. And the same thing goes for the number of employees. It's a formula based off the number of employees. So I think that the commissioner should take comfort in the fact that if there's a change in the planned area of the tasting area or the number of employees, that the parking will be commensurate with that.
Thank you, Mr. Tosco. Do you, Mr. Simpkins, do you intend to take any of the trees down there on the site?
There's a landscape buffer that's built in there. That we've already had some conversations with Rob and Jay, and you know that those things have to remain. There's a it's pretty significant, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But the beauty in that, and thanks for bringing that up, Mayor, is that the outdoor space is just really pretty with it all there. It also provides a little extra buffer from 51. So it wouldn't be in our interest to create a landscape problem or dive into that in any way.
Well, in particular, there's a very beautiful oak tree right on the corner there that's probably over 100 years old that I would hate to see come down, and that kind of your namesake. So I would hope you would at least leave that one up.
It's a beautiful willow oak. We looked at that tree. As a matter of fact, when we were considering the name of our company, we actually talked about willow oak being in the name, but we didn't want to classify it to just one. So, you know, it was, but it's a beautiful tree.
Folklore.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yeah, is that one way in, one way out?
Should be.
All right, my question is, on the back side on 51, is there any possibility that you can make a exit going out right turn only onto 51, come in that way and maybe ease out rather than come back out on John Street? Is there a possibility for that?
Commissioner Whitley, that's a great question. And it's prompted us to have some initial conversations, which we can't really pursue until after tonight, if we know if we've got an affirmative vote to move forward or not. But we've had some initial conversations with the owner of the land that's right behind us. So if we were to be able to get a hold of that land, while we realize that's also in the NC DOT's, you know, plans to potentially expand the road, it could give us an option to be able to have a pull all the way through and exit. But you know, without having an affirmative on this, we can't really do too much, you know, in pursuit of that property. But we've had that conversation. That's a fantastic idea, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Miller.
Thank you. I've taken some notes on this. I'd like to read them off. Number one, there's already a business there that's doing business. Before Cook's was a landscape business that had plenty of visitors, but because they couldn't live up to the landscape buffer of the parkway, they left. But there's already a business there. One of the arguments is there might be an increase of traffic on Monroe Road. Really? Really? An increase of traffic on Monroe Road, maybe plus 3 or 4 cars? I don't accept that. There's a strip mall next door between the computer shop and a barber shop and things like that. Then there's Stack's Breakfast, which is awfully fun to go in and out of, but that's past the median where you can make a left turn. So I don't think traffic is even an issue. Another reason why traffic isn't an issue, there's already a right turn lane. You're not pulling into through lanes. You're only pulling into a right turn lane. I support this request wholeheartedly, and it's the third business during my tenure that will make a try there, and I think they'll be the most successful. Thank you.
Any other comments? Like I can tell you, gentlemen, my initial concern was the odor from the distilling, and that's been put to rest because I've seen that there really isn't much of an odor at an operation this small. I personally would have reservations about opening a business of your type at that location just because it's difficult, a little bit difficult to access, but you guys are the ones that are putting up the funds and willing to give it a go. And so who am I to stand in your way? So I would support this as well. I wish you the best. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner McCool.
I'll make the motion that we approve zoning application 2020-735. Change in zoning conditions to add distillery less than 3,000 gross square feet as a permitted use to the B1 CD zoning at 11136 Monroe Road with the proposed conditions. And that is consistent, where the change in zoning conditions is consistent with the land use plan because it is a creative ruse of an existing commercial structure, and it is reasonable. That'll add more uses to the existing zoning site plan.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner McCool, a second from Commissioner Miller. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitley.
Yes.
You're suddenly blurry for some reason.
Yeah, it is.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. Congratulations, gentlemen. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
You don't think I got some of that sniff of the brewery, the reason I went blurry, do you?
Well, if I could just say quickly, thank you all so much. We want to be partners with Matthews. We're Matthews guys. We're excited about being here. This is home, and we can't wait to see what we can do. And we're looking forward to the future. Thank you so much to Jay and Rob, especially for doing such hard work, and all of you spending your time here tonight. It means a lot to us. So thanks a lot.
Tell
Appreciate
you
it.
that I received quite a few emails from, I guess, your friends and your like parents and stuff saying what great people you are. So
We're very blessed to have amazing.
wow, these guys are like saint-like according to all the emails I got about you. So you have good friends, I'll say that. But good luck.
Fantastic. Thanks
All right,
all.
thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 9, provide feedback on proposed site plan. Mr. Camp.
I am
All right.
so surprised.
I'll let everybody get out of the room. All right, so let me share screen. Mercifully, it's our last planning item this evening. We've had a long night. So here you see on the screen, this is Sam Newell Road, Northeast Court, Rice Road Extension. If you all will recall, as I've indicated in the memo, last year the board approved a site plan for about 8 acres at this former daycare site adjacent to the Harley-Davidson dealership. That site zoned mud, so it was simply a site plan approval. The adjoining former movie theater was also for sale, also zoned mud. That developer has now put this property under contract or purchased it perhaps, and intends to sort of unify these two sites into a single development. Based on the information we've been provided, and the applicant does have a presentation, so I'm not going to speak for very long. It appears to be approximately 250 residential units and around 60,000 feet of non-residential space. Personally, we feel like this is a potential great benefit to this part of town. Much of the development in this area was built in the early 90s. It's 30 or more years old now. Some of it really hasn't aged gracefully. The vision we talked about earlier with the Eastern Gateway plan of having more walkable areas of town, walkable activity centers, that's very difficult to implement to communities that are already built out. So this is an opportunity to introduce a more walkable environment to this part of Matthews. It is directly connected to Rice Road Park via sidewalk along Rice Road. So that's just a little bit of quick input about this site. I will say that the memo, let's see if I can flip over here. The timing of this, so this is just an opportunity for you all to provide some initial feedback. It's not a rezoning, this is already zoned, it's just site plan approval, but the applicant really wanted to get this in front of the board this evening, get some feedback from you all before this comes back for a potential decision in the next month or two. So with that, I'm going to stop screen sharing. I'm happy to take any questions if you all have any for me. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to, I think, Mr. Carmichael, maybe our lead off hitter, but as Mr. Miller, yes.
I'm sorry. Although I've been a commissioner for 14 years, acronyms can sometimes confuse a lot of people. And the name MUD stands for mixed use development. Is that correct?
I apologize. Yes, sir. It's mixed use development.
It's all mud. Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that for people in the audience.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we going on to Mr. Carmichael or?
Mayor, sorry, I had something. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
sir.
Thank you, Jay. Mr. Mayor, commissioners, I hope everybody's doing well tonight. We'll be really brief and efficient, I hope. I'm John Carmichael, and with me tonight are Yuri Weinstein. I'm sure I botched the pronunciation of your name, Yuri. Also, Steve Singleton and Mike Thieberg with Bowler Engineering. Jay did a good job of kind of giving some background information on where the sites are, the fact that a site plan was approved by the board for the northerly site, the daycare site. And so what Yuri has done is he'd like to, and once again, it's zone mud, so this is not a rezoning, it's a site plan approval process. But Yuri would like to master plan both parcels, have a master plan for both parcels that would speak to one another. And he wanted to get before you tonight to get some preliminary feedback before we get too far down the process, too far down the road. So we appreciate your time. I'm going to ask Stephen Singleton from Bowler to share the proposed plan with you. Thank you, Stephen.
So I'm sharing on my screen, is that right?
I believe
Can
so.
you guys hear me? Can everybody hear me? Okay, great.
Yes, sir.
We can hear you.
Yeah, bear with me and I'll start the presentation. And again, so thank you everybody for allowing us the opportunity to present this. Like several other folks have said, it's a late night and I'm sure everybody's tired. So that makes it extra special that you're giving us a little bit of time here. We do believe in this project. And so hopefully when I can get this up and running, we can share it with you. Can you see my screen?
No.
Yeah.
All right, bear with me here. Try that again. Now, can you see my screen?
There's nothing on it, but we can see it.
Not yet, huh?
There you go.
There you go.
Now we
Oh,
can
is
see
it up? Okay, good. This must be a delay on our end, so my apologies. So again, yeah, we'll try to keep this really brief. And I just wanted to reiterate, this is very preliminary at this time. We put a lot of work into this to date just to kind of help convey and illustrate the plan, but it is very preliminary, subject to a lot of refinement. And so obviously it would obviously change to some degree, but we're looking for your feedback tonight to help bolster and strengthen the opportunity here. You know, a little bit about myself real quick is I'm the Director of Planning and Landscape Architecture at Bowler, and I've been doing this for over 20 years. And there's a few things that stick out to me that I know from experience are required for successful outcomes on projects. And that would be they're a collaborative, which is why we're presenting in front of you guys tonight to get your input. I'm sure we'll probably do the same with planning and the public. And so it definitely will be a collaborative process. You know, well, and the second point is that they do undergo a process, so they take time to come to fruition. And third, that the best projects are designed with people in mind. So we want to make sure that when we're designing these spaces, we're designing these for people. And then last but not least, just so you guys know, I'm also a resident of Matthews myself. So this project has a little special place in my heart as well. So without further ado, this is the project currently calling Crown Point Commons, and it is a mixed use project. So just high level on the left is just a context graphic, and just off the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, is Matthews Township Parkway. So just south would be kind of the downtown core on Trade Street of downtown Matthews. So it's less than a mile up Sam Newell to where you hit Independence Boulevard. And then our site here would be identified with this white amoebic form, which would be parcel A and B. It's two parcels here at on Rice Road. This graphic just kind of highlights with the concentric circles the reality, you know, the quarter mile and half mile, and even the red would be a 1 mile kind of circumference around the site. But that's important because we know that people are willing to walk comfortably a quarter mile and upwards of a half mile. And so what's really important then is you look into this to the land use map to the right. And again, well, not again, but the site here it's pink now. I'm changing it up on you from white to pink, but this is the mud parcels here. Well, the land use map clearly shows highway business, obviously, but everything north and to the east is residential. And so we kind of believe that this location is a great opportunity to create a vibrant, destiny, mixed use development that would be a destination for locals as well as regional visitors. And then on the bottom of the screen, just kind of quickly highlighting, and I'm not intentionally trying to mess with you guys with orientation, but this is kind of skewed again a little bit. But this is the future NCDOT plans. And so just kind of highlighting the fact that there are plans from NCDOT to improve Sam Newell and then Rice Road as well. That kind of bifurcates our site. So that's kind of the high level. So the goal here is to create, like I said, a unique mixed use development. Won't go into that a whole lot. A lot of the kind of quintessential features you hear buzzwords on a mixed use development, but the unique architectural character. I would also add that I don't think it was mentioned that John Urban is also a participant and a consultant with our team on this project. So obviously in his capacity as a commissioner, you guys know him well. He kind of has a good idea, obviously, of architecture as an architect, but also kind of that of what Matthews kind of looks for and what you guys would also hopefully find somewhat attractive. So we hope that John is a really good consultant to our pursuit here. So again, architectural character though, urban organization with first floor retail, dining, shopping, and then the dominant streetscape element to serve as a unifying element is real important to us. So the opportunity for folks to be able to congregate, socialize, truly have a pedestrian dominant development would be kind of the game plan for this project. I do not expect anybody to read this, nor do I want you to, but the whole premise here is that we did spend some time trying to understand the site and then create, like I said, a unifying element to connect the site. But we also want to make sure that we're providing a multitude of uses, which is what you want in a mixed use development. So we are proposing a good bit of retail, mixed use, office space. So just kind of high level buildings E and F on the east side of the site. Those would be like your first floor retail or medical office, mixed use. We'd also have similar uses in the bottom of building A here on the corner. The rest of the buildings on this side would be residential. So we're looking at 3-story kind of residential opportunity on this side of the site. But we also want to make sure that we have a good blend of those uses as we move plan west, which is actually south, to the other side of the site. And so this side would have a good blend of first floor retail, mixed use, restaurant, dining, and then your upper floor residential. The goal here on this plan though was to create a concept, but make sure that the uses and the parking were married so that we could park the site. And so that's what this site kind of shows, as well as a progression of the development. And then the next slide then would be kind of a more refined illustrative plan that for the most part speaks for itself. But again, we want to make sure a few things to highlight here would be, some stormwater management on the east side of the site, or plan east, I should say, is evidence over here, some sort of sand filter. On the plan west side of the site would actually be some sort of underground or subterranean stormwater mechanism to allow us the opportunity to maximize that on the surface. So obviously you got to be able to park the site. This is an existing parking lot now. It serves the movie theater. So we're kind of keeping that use as is, and then allowing this streetscape to become this really strong unifying element of the development. Some of the features that we're looking to integrate again is truly a strong pedestrian concept. Pedestrian first, vehicular second. So we've utilized, or what we've shown here is similar to what we have on North Trade Street, where you have the paved intersection, it's elevated. And so from a traffic calming perspective, it's really effective. It's also very visible. And again, as a Matthews resident myself, it's very effective. And so some kind of similar treatment here to create that sense of identity, and then kind of a coordinating element through the site. Generous sidewalks, safe crosswalks, and narrow streets with angled parking on the planned north side of the street and parallel parking on the south side of the street. And then one other thing to point out, we're intentionally not showing a connection on Rice Road just yet to Sam Newell, but there will be a connection there. We're in the process now of coordinating with NCDOT on that connection. So that is kind of to be determined on what that looks like. And sorry, yeah, this arrow popped up to kind of, we've got a 3D graphic to show. So it's basically from this vantage point looking north on this proposed drive. But this is just a 3D graphic that we put together. And again, it could probably use some refinement. But this should capture really what we're trying to achieve, which is safe, walkable, pedestrian corridor, narrow streets, reduces speed. You decrease those crosswalks for safe connectivity. Obviously, with paving patterns or colored paving, you're able to create a hierarchy of patterns and walkways for people and cars. And then again, the whole intent here, though, would be to create opportunities for organized parking. So these are called bump outs that you see on the left-hand side of the site. These are all quintessential complete street elements, if you've ever heard of complete streets. And so this is one way just to organize a street, and then for parking, and again, create some safety for pedestrians. And then obviously the outdoor opportunities for patios, dining, even close the street down for street sessions or farmers markets. So we see a lot of uses potentially in this development. Real quick, just kind of the cross section to kind of convey again that what we're trying to do here is really narrow down the street so it's safe and slow, adequate on-street parking, and then very generous shared use paths along the building faces and building edges. This is just what we call character imagery. The whole intent here is just to kind of help you guys and help us also vision the various elements that we want to see in this development. And again, just the reality is people first. We want to make sure that's activated with people, and to bring people, you got to create nice, vibrant destinations, and they need to be safe, comfortable, accessible. And so all these pictures are kind of conveying those main elements that we want to see on this project. I don't want to go too far into it, but the current land use plan does have 6 land use policy statements. And I thought it was interesting that we actually, with this preliminary plan, meet the 3 of them, which is the mix of land uses in well-planned locations, encourage compact building design, urban style development, and establish Matthews as a distinct, attractive, high-quality community, which it already is. So this development wouldn't do that, but it would still be in alignment with the policy statement of the land use plan. So in a nutshell, that's the plan. And I would just open it up to any kind of feedback if we may.
I've got a question. Which 3 policy statements don't you meet?
Good question. I'd have to pull that back up.
I was just curious. That's not really that important, but
going forward, it would be important. Sure.
The comments I have is a lot of the stuff that we built in Matthews in the 80s and 90s with the big box stores are a sea of concrete. You know, you get out of your car and it's like walking through the gates of hell or something in the summertime. Very few trees, very reflective environment, very loud. So I think the opportunity to soften it, and I'm kind of known as the tree mayor, so I love all the trees, green spaces, all that you can put in there. Places, I really like the places to sit and gather outside as kind of a small oasis away from Independence Boulevard and Sam Newell. So all those things I think are really positive for me. Do others have comments? Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
First, I think it's incredible to see redevelopment of this area. I think it's needed and certainly something that a lot of the big box areas are going to need to be thinking about. So it's good to see you coming in ready to do this work because it'll be transformative. I have a couple of comments to make. So right there in that same shopping center are the in-town suites. And if you're familiar with the area, in-town suites really function as almost as affordable housing. And so I hope that as you work on the residential portion of this, you will deeply consider adding truly affordable housing to this area, because as you lift it up and recreate something beautiful, it may force out neighbors that need those in-town suites as their home. I, at the risk of being uncomfortable, I have a problem when developers come and say they bring one of our commissioners on board to be the voice of Matthews or to represent Matthews for several reasons. And that is because we do see, as a commenter made earlier, we see a lot of the same architecture coming up around the same time, which means in the long term, it will age out at the same time. And it doesn't create sort of the long-term diversity of design that has made Matthews popular. And as you build a town and you see different styles of architecture going forward, you sort of get a story with that. And that's part of Matthews' charm. Let's see. And then I have questions about what NCDOT has told you or led you to believe or anything along those lines, because Mayor Higdon and I spend an inordinate amount of time hearing about NCDOT's plans for the Independence corridor, what they can do, what they can't do. They don't have money. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do that. Punching Rice Road through would be essential to a development there. I think with it cut off currently, it really creates sort of a lack of movement and a lack of that human interaction. And so it's sort of hidden away. And, there's a lot of storage trailers and things happening there that without that road punched through, I think it just creates sort of a stagnant area. And so, if NCDOT isn't going to punch that through, are you as a developer prepared to make that happen? And I would, you're going to need that for your walkability. So I think I've covered my points.
Oh, great. Those are great points. And thank you. And I don't know if it's my turn to talk, but yes, those are the conversations we're having with NCDOT. And, we do believe and agree that connection is imperative to the success of this design. And as this graphic illustrates, it also is that is the gateway from the east where all the residences live. And so that, to me, that's really the large activator of this site, other than the fact that it's a regional destination. But for the locals, a lot of those folks are coming from those residential neighborhoods. So yes, that's a gateway. So it's imperative that it connects. When and how is to be determined.
Yeah, it's been our experience with NCDOT that the squeaky wheel gets the grease. So if you just keep after them, you're more likely to get some action. Otherwise, they just file it somewhere and you may not hear from them.
Yeah.
And this is Mike from Bowler. And I do just also want to say just what Steve's saying. We're making our attempts to have those conversations, and that all I can say that we do control right now is that we do show pedestrian connectivity, regardless, and the trail, continuation along there, and that pedestrian connectivity would be, promoted regardless. But to your point, without the vehicular connectivity would be is a separate discussion and something that's ongoing.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. I like the plans that we've seen very much. The long-term transportation plans for road improvements include Rice Road going through, and if you can help NCDOT, that would be great. Also, Northeast Parkway, I believe, is going to turn into Arequipa or something and parallel Independence as they widen and make it into an interstate. My question is, if you're going to have pedestrian connectivity and walkability in that area, the town of Matthews is going to put in a greenway or a 10-foot wide multi-use path of some form, at least between Rice Road and Crown Point Elementary. But I feel it's going to be on the south side of the road and you guys are on the north side of the road. Would we or can we therefore, if we're going to cross at a stoplight at Rice Road, have a hawk light or something where the pedestrians are taken care of if they're coming up Sam Newell Road and have to cross to get to you?
Yeah, I don't know. And that's a great point. And I'm used, I mean, what as a landscape architect, I'm always looking for the multimodal transportation opportunities. And unfortunately, I moved to Matthews 3 years ago from out of state. And I'll be honest, I'm a little frustrated at the lack of pedestrian connectivity and multimodal infrastructure that NCDOT currently kind of pushes. But I do think and hope that they're getting more on board with that. I hope anyway. And so I don't know how to answer that question just yet, but that is certainly something that I would want to look at. And I think as a group that we would, is that connectivity. Because to your point, to the south, you have several schools. You know, my daughter goes to Crestdale as well, which is like a half mile south on Sam Newell. I got another daughter that goes to Butler, which is just southeast of this site. So I think connectivity and safe connectivity is very important. But to your point, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to make those connections.
Greenways are important, and we're going to put one between, I believe, Rice Road and Crown Point Elementary.
And Commissioner, also just, I think some of the history on this is that when we had the site plan approval last year, there was some discussion on which side of the road to put that greenway that we show. And it wasn't maybe known at the time of which side, or there wasn't a preference from the town at the time of which side it went on. So we kind of started on our side as a way to, help facilitate the trail. But to your point, if it, maybe it doesn't belong on this side and it belongs on the other, but we wanted to try to keep moving forward with that kind of commitment from the original approval to continue that trail.
Or find a crossing light. It'll be all right.
Sure.
The town's project begins at Williams Road, almost around half a mile away, and it is on the same side of the road.
Thank you, Jay. Further to Mayor Pro Tem Garner's comment, the NCDOT projects along that corridor are all in flux, and we don't know what they're going to build or not. I mean, they've talked about they're value engineering you guys probably are aware of the entire corridor, and so we don't know if they're going to do the flyover over Sam Newell anymore or not. I mean, they're talking about pulling major portions of that project, not doing them because they don't have money to do it. So it's been really frustrating from a planning standpoint. I know that town manager's been at it in this town a lot longer than the rest of us, and you make land use plans over decades and then see NCDOT just change their tune is a little frustrating.
I agree wholeheartedly.
From the other commissioners, do we have other comments that can be helpful on this plan? Mr. McCool, you have anything?
No.
Mr. Whitley, you have a comment?
No, sir, I'm good. It's a good looking drawing. Just
yeah, again, I think we've talked about for a long time the redevelopment of these areas is vitally important. We've talked about it, this area in particular, how necessary and needed it is. So, everything that you've shown would be a huge improvement, obviously, over what's there right now, and I think would make it a much more functional, better place for all of us that live here. So, looks good so far. I'd like to see, your future plans, but looks good. Really like looks good. I really like the idea of the residents over retail, and that's kind of big over in South Charlotte near South Park, and what is that, Phillips Plaza or whatever that's called?
Yeah, Phillips Place, I think it's called.
Phillips Place, yeah. So, and I know when they built that, it was kind of revolutionary, but people love that, and a lot of areas over by South Park are like that. It's
Apex.
Really nice, really nice. All right, if there's no other comments, and I'm not seeing any, we appreciate you gentlemen for sharing your project with us, and Mr. Carmichael, I'm sure we'll be in touch at point.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, on behalf of our whole team, though, thanks a lot for the opportunity. I mean, I know it's a late night, so you guys still have a ways to go, but thank you. We will be in touch, and we look forward to working with Jay and Rob and the planning staff. So thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Move on to agenda item number 11, the consent agenda. Somebody like to
Motion
make
to
a
approve the consent agenda items 11A through 11G8.
a motion from Commissioner Miller. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Bland. We'll take a roll call vote. For some reason, you guys are all mixed up on my screen again. Read Brady Bunch. So I'll call you in a random order. Commissioner Whitley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool,
Yes.
Mr. Bland,
Yes.
and I vote yes as well. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We're getting towards the end. Hang in there. Unfinished business. Consider McKee Road sidewalk gap. Susan Habina Woolley.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We can. Thank you.
Great, thanks. And Jay, would you be so kind as to bring up the memo? Short item for you all tonight for information. Last meeting, you might recall that we said we'd be bringing you information about that short 200-foot gap on McKee Road this month, and here we are. We have some movement on it. Can you make that a little bigger? I don't know. A little bigger. Ah, thank you. All right. So staff has been working on this, and thanks to Jay Camp for setting up the initial meeting where I was involved with meeting with the property owner and the resident out there, the family out there on McKee Road. This little piece of sidewalk is a difficult piece, and that's why it was left out. And the main difficult thing about it is it's entirely on private property. And the family has graciously let people walk across the property for several years. They understand it's a connection. And so staff worked very, very closely with the family to try and get a design that would minimize visual impacts and people impacts to their property. We talk about the fence location. We talked about landscaping. It's my kind of design where I walk up and down and walk with the property owner. And we talk about everything, and I'm sketching and I'm measuring. And we did get 3 quotes from contractors once I got the thumbs up from NCDOT that, yep, they weren't going to require anything from us. Because it's not DOT right of way. And the lowest quote was at $59,777. Now, we currently don't have rights of entry or easements from the property owner. He's reviewing the documents. And so we'll continue to work with him. We will not turn dirt until we have some signed documents and the property owner is okay with us coming on the property to do the work. If you scroll to the last page, Jay, I included just a quick sketch. This is the type of project where, I mentioned last month, gaps are short projects where we build it with a sketch plan. We took some preliminary elevations. We don't have a full-blown surgery. We walked out there. Like I said, we talked with the property owner. We identified these this list of 9 things that we're going to consider during construction, not consider, but address: saving boxwoods, saving the fence, how we're going to relocate the fence, saving their Century Farm sign. You might have noticed that hangs by the sidewalk. Their designated Century Farm house, I think, is the designation. The teal is the sidewalk, and the purple is, it's still concrete, but it's just showing the driveways. The driveways are currently gravel, and we thought it would be a nice gesture to the family to go ahead and pave those driveways for them so that when they turn in and out, they have a sense of they're not spinning out gravel or anything. There are a few elevation issues out there that we talked through with the property owner, and we did a grading or a drainage plan for them to enclose the pipes under the driveways and send that water back. And then on the left, you see a note that says tree root bridging. We did that over on East Matthews Street in front of the Thunderbird property, where we had to slip between some trees and we didn't want to dig down And so what you do with tree root bridging is you actually build the sidewalk on top of the ground. You put down some gravel and you do some reinforced sidewalk and you backfill. And I bet if you walk on that section on East Matthew Street, you won't even notice that we did that. And that's specifically to save large matured trees and not damage that root system. And so these are the various considerations that we talked through with that property owner. You do see on the upper right-hand corner, I really don't like how that development teed in that sidewalk kind of midway in their front yard. So I'm proposing that we remove that piece and bring that sidewalk down closer to the street to help people get down so that it stays out of the front yard, basically. I mean, that almost goes up to their front walkway. So the ask tonight, if you would scroll back to the memo, Jay. Thank you. The ask tonight is, would you please allow us to use money out of the sidewalk fund? We have some money left over in that sidewalk construction fund. It's about $100,000. So we would like to use part of that to fill this sidewalk gap. There could be a potential expense in the future where we hire a surveyor to do a survey of the sidewalk for the easement and the easement recording documents. And as always, I would like to ask for 10% contingency. Once you start digging, you never know what you're going to run into. And it's nice to be able to just resolve those quickly in the field with some contingency. So the ask is for the town manager to enter into contract with DOT Construction. They were the low bid. They were the contractor that did the Crestdale side path. We really enjoyed working with them. They were great with property owners. And to also let us do that 6,000 in contingency. Happy to answer any questions at this time.
Do you have any motions, Commissioner Miller?
Susan, I just want to say thank you and thank you to Hazen Blodgett. This came up 2 years ago during our campaign time when we were at Windsor Run, and they explained the fact that they walked to the Fincher Farms shopping center, and this was a gap. And I'm proud to offer up the motion to direct the town manager to enter into contract with DOT Construction in the amount of $59,777 to construct approximately 200 linear feet of sidewalk across a parcel located at 2030 McKee Road, including associated drainage, driveway, and restoration work, to be paid from the sidewalk construction fund in the amount of $59,777 for this work, including an additional $6,000 in contingency. And I thank you all, and I'm happy to give this to Windsor Run.
I like to second that, and I was at the same meeting Jeff was from the Windsor Run people, and I'm glad to see that we'll be able to address that and take care of that for them.
Thank you.
We have a motion from Commissioner Miller, a second from Commissioner Whitley. And I think I shared with you in one of our previous meetings that I heard about this gap repeatedly from my son, who used to ride his bike from my house to the Y and say, how come we got this big gap here? So several of his younger folks also would appreciate this. So I think it's a good thing. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Whitley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Happily.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Susan, thank you for the thorough report and the attention to detail. I think you're going to do a great job out there, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you,
all.
Susan.
You're welcome.
Move on to item number 13, new business. Consider sale of town-owned property at 122 Matthews Station Street. Mr. Blodgett.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
am I reading wrong? Was there not added something to that under B? Was there Hazel? Am I reading Matthews Veteran Park? Was that something over? I'm looking at it wrong. I can't hear you.
Yeah, great question, Larry. So what happened was, who's the firm we dealt with on the Stewart? Stewart was not able to put together a proposal with a contract today. I think they just got over the proposal, but we didn't get the contract today, and we just didn't feel. So we're going to have to move it to the 27th.
Okay, that's fine. I just looking at the agenda and I thought I saw that.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Larry. We'll move on to 13, considered sale of town-owned property. Mr. Blodgett.
Yes, sir. Is Jay, are you still driving the memo bus? Here we go. Okay, so just to give a quick recap, the Matthew Station Street, which includes Town Hall and the library and even the depot, and then all the buildings along Matthew Station Street. We got this under special legislation for downtown development. It's taken over 20 years. We still have one lot that's not built on, that's 122. We recently have had an offer to purchase the property for appraised value, and that's attached to the memo. One of the things about this development, this legislation, is that all development must follow the Downtown Development Project Agreement, which the board set up and approved originally. That included recorded easements, restrictions, current zoning, and also gives the board the right, and I didn't put it on here, to approve evaluation, elevations. So how the building looks. So the first step is to determine what's the appraised value of the properties so that the board can sell it for at least that much. That's my ask, is to authorize us to seek an appraiser to get the property appraised. It's $2,500, but just know that's only one step in the process. The second step would be to have to revise the Downtown Development Project Agreement. And Charlie, this is at the point where I think the board would also approve the elevations to make sure they're comfortable with the look and the size, et cetera, of the building. Is that where you see that step taking place?
Well, that is where I see that taking place, so that before we ever enter into that agreement with this new developer, that they understand what each party's mindset is.
Okay, that's a great way to say it. And really, so in hindsight, there should have been a fourth bullet. And the second bullet would be just what Charlie said, is that the board has approved what's going to be built. And then we would revise the downtown project agreement. And the last thing of note, which is kind of interesting, in the case of this special legislation, the board, normally you go through an upset bid process to sell public property. In this case, you hold a public hearing that really discloses to the public the sale price of the property, which obviously has to be at least appraised value. So, these are public funds, the funds getting a fair return. So the recommendation, Jay, if you'll scroll on down, is to authorize staff to seek appraisal of the property at 122 Matthew Station Street. Happy to answer any questions.
Member Kim Garner.
I feel like we have skipped an important step between now and when we looked at the lap purser proposal in 2020. And I was looking back at those notes. When lap purser brought his proposal to us, Ken and I especially were concerned about how quickly that felt like it was moving. And so we did not accept Lat's proposal with the understanding that we were going to have a vision process in October of 2020. That vision process never happened. Before we get an appraisal of the property, I would like to see that vision process happen so that we can, maybe I'm alone in this, but I want to see something exciting happen on that lot, and whatever, I can't define exciting if I don't know what other people are thinking. The rest of the board may feel like residential and retail is appropriate. I am still stuck on having a larger discussion about what we want to see there.
Well, remember, the vision was set in the original agreement in 2000.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. The original vision for the Matthew Station Street project was set with the original agreement.
I think I need you to expand that some more.
Well, it spelled out at that time what a developer would be doing. We set up all the documents to make that available. The developer develops the private lot, but we sell him that private lot. But his private lot, we will know what he's going to be doing with it before he ever buys it and before we ever sell it to him. We will know, each party will know exactly what's going to go there. But the nice thing about it is the private developer uses his architect and his contractor, and it doesn't have to be submitted for bid for development. In other words, the construction contracts and all that, he pays for that. That's the private expenditure. None of that would be necessarily public, even though you could participate in it from a public standpoint in the development of that. You've already put the infrastructure, you've already spent the money for all the infrastructure for the entire project.
So Charlie, as I hear Commissioner Garner's question is, what about, like, what if we wanted to keep it a green space? Or what if we wanted to make it a farmer's market? So in other words, what about blowing up the development agreement? I mean, you don't do it until you have some kind of vision and some kind of public process. And is that the question, Commissioner Garner? Like, what if we want to see something completely different that we hadn't even thought about yet? And what would that look like? And how does that impact the development agreement, Charlie?
Well, it depends on what the vision is. It would depend on what the vision was.
Right. And that's what I'm saying is right now, we haven't had that conversation to know whether to move forward with an appraisal or, at some point we will have an appraisal. Is this the right time, or do we create our vision? Because I feel like if we have the appraisal right now, it is with the intention to sell.
Well, you could always ask, what is this developer proposing to do right
I think
now?
he's already presented to all of us, so we know what
we know what he wants.
Okay.
For me, I would like to have this discussion that, that we unfortunately have delayed that was supposed to happen in October.
Well, you could still, you can use an appraisal for up to 1 year after you've done the appraisal on the value of the land to be sold. So getting the appraisal doesn't lock you into this development. It's just the town would be obtaining its appraisal.
Cool.
I guess my question was, I don't know if this is to either Hazen or even to you, Renee, is, do these have to be, mutually exclusive? Can we do these at the same time? Can we, revision it and get it appraised? And if our visioning comes back and what the developer wants to buy it is exactly what we want, then, hey, we don't have to go through the process again. And if it's not what we want, we're not any obligated to sell to him, and we know what the property's worth. And something comes down the pike in 9 months, we can sell it then. I mean, can't we do these at the same time, or is it?
But that was kind of my point.
We could. I feel like we could, but if the feeling of the board is like, well, that appraiser feels like you're marching down a certain path, and if the majority of the board would rather say, I would rather put the brakes on and do a visioning process, I do think we need to flesh that out a little bit. And I'm not saying we got to do it tonight, but like, do we hire a facilitator? Do we just have a public meeting staff? And Nadine's proven pretty, good at some of this stuff. But I think we just need direction from the board.
I think out of deference to Mayor Pro Tem Garner, I would support a discussion about what our vision is, if it's still the same, if we want retail and residential, or let's have that discussion. It's not going to hurt anything if we wait 2 weeks or a month to get an appraisal.
I concur with that. I think we should.
Commissioner Miller.
What harm does the appraisal do?
I think it kind of forces our hand to sell it within a year, certainly.
No, it's the value. It defines the value of the property.
But it's only
We've been
good for a year.
sitting on a grass lot while we're hurting on parking for 20 years. I'm not in favor of the buyer or anyone. But the appraisal just says what it's worth.
I mean, I guess for me, I would hate to, and they're not mutually exclusive, Ken. I mean, I wouldn't say that, but what I would hate for is the buyer to feel like if we move ahead with an appraisal, we're moving ahead with the process. So if we do both, I would want to be very clear that accepting an appraisal, because the letter from the buyer is attached to this statement tonight, right? And so there's sort of an understanding that there's a person that wants to buy. The beginning of that process is the appraiser. So I would want to separate the two and make sure it is known if we go with if we do hire an appraiser, we are not agreeing to any terms whatsoever, and that we are going to also discuss what the vision or what that lot would be used for if it's not sold to the buyer.
And to be clear, when I talked to the developer, and I think we all know who it is, obviously, because of this letter that's attached, he asked me, what is your vision for this property? I mean, of course, he had some drawings and stuff, but he said, what would you like to see on this? So he was asking the question. I think he's got an idea. Commissioner McCool?
I think we can do both. I don't see why not get the appraisal and do it. It's the best way to move forward.
Is that a motion?
That sounds like a motion to me. Yeah, it's a motion.
You have a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
So to be clear, Ken, can you restate your motion?
That we will go forward with the appraisal process. I think it's for it'll cost approximately $2,500, and have the town board work on seeing what our visions for the land is as well.
Is that what's being seconded?
Yeah, I'll second that. Can I make a comment, please? All we're doing is evaluating the value of the property. And if someone wants to buy the property for that or above that, we then look at elevations like everything else. We look at elevations, mixed use, what the architecture looks like, and we evaluate that then. So I think that we still have full control of the decision making of what happens there. But that's been a frustration of 3 or 4 or 5 boards for a long time.
As another comment, I will say that I fully support the manager's recommendation to have the town get an independent evaluation rather than, agreeing on somebody with a developer or something. This is the fairest thing, and that it protects our taxpayers to get a totally independent evaluation of what the value is.
We always do.
So we have a motion from Commissioner McCool, a second from Commissioner Miller. I'll take a roll call vote if there's not any further discussion. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Whitley? How do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner?
Yes.
Commissioner Bland?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We're getting close to the end. So just rest.
Mayor, I do have a clarifying question.
Sure.
I heard the word discussion, I heard the word vision. At the 27th, is it really as simple as putting it on the agenda and the board having a discussion about it? Would you like, Jay and his folks can find some pretty interesting renderings? Do you want something visual that you can bounce ideas off of? What's the ask of the staff on this?
I would defer to Mayor Pro Tem Garner, since this was her idea. I don't recall for me, that would be adequate. Maybe a few renderings or something, but I don't know. Renee, what do you prefer?
Let's see. I think in the October, or the plan for the discussion was part of the October mini conference. I would hope for maybe some forward thinking ideas of what development is eyeing right now with some nice visuals to go with it.
Yeah. I was going to add that it could be more programming based. It may not be so much about the architecture. It could more focus on do different people have different desires for what the uses are inside the building rather than.
Commissioner Miller, good point, Jay. Commissioner Miller?
All that's on the agenda that I see is if the board is interested in selling the property, it will need to authorize staff to proceed with an appraisal.
Yeah, I think Mayor Pro Tem Garner's talking about what was on a agenda from like a year ago.
All right, but that's not on the agenda tonight. Right now is an appraisal.
And I think,
we can have we don't have to talk about it tonight, but we will need.
No, but the motion was to include and to talk about it.
We're just visual with that.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
What I was alluding to was page 3, which is a letter asking for the town to appraise the property so that he might, he's excited. It says he's excited to purchase it and would like an appraisal so that he can move forward in working with the town. What I would like to do is make sure those two are separate.
If I may be so bold, maybe the board could meet at a 5:30 meeting, just with the one item being the vision of the development of this lot.
Yeah, what do we want? What would we like to see there? I think we've all discussed that independently with MB. Why don't we discuss it as a board together and see if there's a consensus on what we want there? Is that cool?
We've discussed it with multiple developers through the years.
Yeah, I don't think
turn it down if we don't like it.
Yeah. Well, I think it would be helpful to MB if we had a consensus of this board that says this is what we would like to see on that piece of property.
Or for any other developers that may come forward, if somebody's somebody called Jay this week, right, about purchasing that property. If we could give staff some sort of direction of what we're interested in seeing, whether it's giving MB that direction or somebody else, then I think it would be a helpful.
I don't think these are, mutually exclusive. We're going to get it appraised. We haven't sold it yet, and we're going to have a discussion about what we want there as a board at our next meeting, with hopefully a little bit of guidance from Jay. A little bit. We're not asking you to do a whole bunch, but maybe, like you said, that's what could go there, and then just discuss it. I think we're probably, I think there's probably a consensus of similar ideas. I don't think this is going to be that big of a deal, but we'll see.
Okay.
Did I already call the vote?
Well, can I just say, in those meeting notes, there were some ideas that Jay presented last time. So bringing those back up and then maybe adding a few more to it would be helpful.
Okay.
No, Mayor, you did not call for the vote.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner McCool. We have a second from Commissioner Miller. We'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Whitley.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
Deja vu all over again. Commissioner Bland.
Yes.
Mr. McCool.
Yes.
Mr. Miller.
Just to be clear, is this for the approval of an appraisal of the property?
Appraisal of the property, and then we're going to have a discussion at our next meeting about our vision for what goes there.
Yes.
I vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to the mayor's report. I have one item. I'll be very quick. I know it's late.
Mr. Mayor, I'm looking at are we going to talk about the employee related COVID program? I'm showing it on one of them. We're not talking about that.
That'll be at the next meeting.
I'll touch on it.
Well, for some reason, I got that showing up on my agenda. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I always get the latest and greatest from Lori about 2 minutes before this meeting starts. So I've learned, I tell Lori to give it to me right because this is it. So Hazen will touch on that when he gives his town manager report. Bill Helms, I believe, sent an email to all of us on the 27th, which is the day of our next meeting at noon at the Reed House. They're going to, hand out the Nancy Glenn Award. That used to be handed out during our meetings, and I think the mayor used to hand them out, but the Human Services Council's kind of taken that over. It's a very brief presentation, but I think it would be good. I've been to a couple of these, and it's been kind of embarrassing. So few people have shown up. So if you're available at noon on the 27th Monday at the Reed House, please show up. I think he announced in the email who the recipient is going to be, but I don't know if the recipient knows, so I'm not going to say.
She does. She
does know?
does.
Okay, so it's Natisha with Habitat is going to receive the award. So I think it'd be good to show up to show our support if you're available, if you're in town, walk over. Last year, the whole event took about 15 minutes, so it's a pretty quick thing. Maybe during your lunch break, if you can head over there, that'd be great. That's all I have. Sorry?
What day is it?
That is Monday, the 27th at noon at the Reed House, right in front of the Reed House. And again, in a few years in the past, it's been, 6 or 7 people show up. So it's kind of embarrassing. It'd be good to have a good crowd show up for that. Move on to the attorney's report.
No report, Mayor.
And now we go to the town manager's report.
I have 3 things. I apologize in advance.
Oh, man.
We got an email from the North Carolina League of Municipalities. Inside the House budget, in the budget, is language that would prohibit cities from any local review, from school citing, and without, they would trump anything that we wanted to do. I'm assuming we are all not in favor of this. And so we have prepared a letter for everybody's signature. Do you guys want me to read the letter? What's the pleasure of the board?
Email it out.
Okay, Lori, would you do that, please?
Yeah, I think this is another power grab. Who authored this?
Well, I mean, Tim Moore is Speaker of the House. So I don't know.
Just another blatant power grab that would limit our local authority to say where we want to build a school. And it's just a slap in our face, and it's just, yet another example of local authority being taken away.
Yeah, and then you sneak it in the budget. That's like sneaks. But so the second thing is COVID-19. It was originally on the agenda, and then we heard President Biden talk about mandating nations or going through weekly testing. So that is what we were going to talk about doing or recommending in town of Matthews. Due to the fact the president is moving into that space, or the Department of Labor is moving into that space, we pulled it off the agenda. So this may continue to evolve, and we may put it back on the 27th. One of the things we did talk about, a lot of communities are doing incentives for people that have been vaccinated or to encourage people to get vaccinated. I would like to put that back on the agenda. I briefly mentioned to the mayor about that, and the mayor I'm not sure about that, but I do want to at least bring it to y'all's attention and to see what other towns in our region are doing. So I wanted to mention that. Any questions on that or comments?
I have a comment, Hayes, and I know several other agencies are doing incentives for their employees. I know Charlotte is. At home this weekend at my sister's homegoing, my older sister, Lola, made an incentive to all of the young people to get vaccinated. And if they got vaccinated and showed her their card, she would give them $100. Well, before we left this weekend, she gave out $800 to young people to go get a shot. And a lot of them went while we were down there at the funeral service. So incentives does work. And I think I think the town of Matthews Police and Fire is just slightly over 50% of its population. Am I pretty close to that, Hayes and Becky?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And so I am in favor of, because I just found them that they're frontline workers and not getting the shot. But I'm in favor of an incentive, number one, to those who's already got it. But if somebody else, those who have not, within, I would put a timeline, just like I think he asked that if your employee have over 100 members, employees that you can mandate some things. So, but yeah, I'm on board with all of that, Hayes.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the third thing. So the third thing we're doing, and we've watched other communities, I would say more progressive communities that I at least admire in part of the state, that towns, governments, the organization, internal organization has embarked on diversity, equity, inclusion, and that they've used it, they've added another word, B, which stands for belonging, really for organizations to look at themselves and see how we're doing, check with your staff to see, do you feel inclusive? Do you feel like you belong? What are there other, issues going on? And so we have hired KL Scott to do that work for the town. This is an internal document that we will use to sharpen our saw. And it'll give it, we're going to form a diversity, equity, inclusion committee, town staff, advisory committee, so that we can look at what's going on. How do people feel included? And we want to do we'll have an internal strategic plan, do some training. What can we do to make sure we are the kind of town we aspire to be, and that people of whatever, a variety of folks want to come work for. So I did want to give you all a heads up that we're embarking on that. We're very excited, and we're very excited about KL Scott. We've had a couple meetings with them, and they've been very impressive. So we're excited about embarking that as a town.
Are we going to discuss incentives on the 27th?
Yes, sir. I am going to bring it, and we're going to also see, everything is so evolving, because like booster shots is a question. Well, I saw something a little bit ago, like, do we really need booster shots? So everything's evolving so quickly that we're going to bring you back the best information we have on the 27th.
But you will bring that back before the board and not make a unilateral decision as town staff.
That is correct.
So just to be clear with everybody,
you talk about incentives.
I know. Yeah, I just want to say my concern was the amount of the incentive, which I thought.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and what we'll have is more data for what other towns have done between now and the 27th. So you'll get kind of a richer picture of, okay, they're doing X or they're doing Y.
Okay.
That's it.
We're there. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Have a second.
I'll second.
Wow.
Keith
that was
Katz
a long
says she's
pause, dramatic pause. All right, we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Whitley,
Yes, sir.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Commissioner Bland,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller,
Yes.
Commissioner McCool.
Well, yes.
I vote yes. Thank you for tolerating a very long meeting. We did some good work tonight. Thank you and good night.